Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. I am very excited to be with you tonight to bring you a very special game. This is going to be a D&D 5e one-shot set in the world of the Dark Crystal. Dark Crystal is something that I came to love as a kid, but not as deep of a love as I had for a lot of other properties. That was until I met my lovely wife, who is also going to be playing in this game, and she showed me the fantastic world of Dark Crystal a lot deeper, and I'm very excited to get the chance to run a D&D game, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But before we get to that point, a couple of points of business to cover. Language is probably not going to be too bad. Crossing my fingers. But there's no telling, because this is me. If that's something that bothers you, then you're warned. So if that's the kind of stuff that really, really bothers you, especially mixed with things from your childhood, then sorry. Also, artistic license has been taken with this game. I did take kind of a deep dive into the lore of this game, but there is an immense amount of material for this setting, and I could not dive deep enough. So, I'm going to do things my way. So again, you're warned. What else? This is the week of Thanksgiving here in the U.S., so I think it's appropriate that this game falls on this week because this combines a couple of different things that I am very, very thankful for. The first of which is being able to game with my friends and things like that across the world without much of an interruption during all of this craziness. And having that to go to as a little bit of a mental break from all of this has been incredibly therapeutic. So I'm very, very thankful that I have that opportunity. The other thing that I am very thankful for is the fact that I've had my family with me during all of this craziness. And as I said, my wife is playing in this game, so I get to spend the evening spending time with family and gaming online, which is a win-win as far as I'm concerned. I'm thankful for the community at large. The tabletop community is just a fantastic group of people who are eager to pick people up whenever someone is down, and to spend time with people, raising people up, supporting people, being creative together. It's all a very, very special thing to me personally, so I'm very thankful of that as well. So I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug anything that they would like to plug, and then we're going to get this thing started. So I'm going to start over here for the first time on this channel. Kenya is joining us. You want me to start with you?
Oh, that's fine. I can
Take it
do
away.
this. Hi, I'm Kenya. Tonight I'm going to be playing Kiva. She is a Groton clan warlock. That is, her patron pact is with the sanctuary tree, and she's out exploring the surface.
Excellent. I can't wait for this. Yeah, you've kind of come to the channel. I don't know. It's probably been 6 months, give or take, I guess. And I've been seeing your name pop up here and there in chats everywhere, and making a lot of comments here on the channel. So it sounds like you've been watching a lot of the stuff here on the channel, and that's fantastic. I'm glad to finally put a face to the name. So good to have you. Okay, next up we have Tamiko.
Hello, I'm Tamiko. Jeremy's graciously invited me back to play in another one of his games. I'm very excited. I'm excited to be playing with this lot. You can generally catch me Fridays over at Mini Terrain Domain on Twitch, where we play Curse of Strahd at 7 p.m. Pacific time. I am going to be playing Pez, the what is it? Pez the Podling Barbarian. Apoya! Paopoda! Pez! Uchapa fight! Uchapa squire! To Master urPlo! Apoda Justica!
I cannot wait to see this in game. I'm happy to have you back, Tamiko. The last time you played, I think, was the actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf game, which was an interesting game. That thing was on fire and a train wreck from the very beginning, and it was incredibly enjoyable the whole way through. So I'm glad to have you back on the channel, and I think this is going to be a ton of fun. I'm glad that somebody played a podling, and I think you're a perfect fit, especially a podling barbarian. All right. Next up, we have Jamie.
Helps if you remember to unmute. My name is Jamie Lilly. I do not typically play online. This is something I do infrequently with my wonderful, amazing DM of a husband above. But I grew up watching The Dark Crystal so much that we literally wore the VHS tape, old school, out, and very much has inspired my love of fantasy kind of as an adult. And I am playing Gita, who is a Dousan paladin, called a Sandmaster, which is kind of one of the people that kind of goes around sailing sort of the desert, and also kind of diplomatic sort of kind of missions for my Madra whenever she can attend in person.
Fantastic. I'm excited to be able to run this game for you, because I know how much of a fan of the Dark Crystal you've been for such a long time. And I'm hoping that it gets your stamp of approval, even if it's just that was neat. Perfect. Love you. All right, next up we have Kaeryn.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kaeryn. I'm also known as Myth and Gears. I have a channel of the same name on YouTube's. And the exciting news on that is next week, we're going to have session 1, finally, of a new campaign, Harbinger. So I'm pretty darn excited about that. And tonight, I am playing Thra. She is a Sifa bard. And song is everything, especially in this world. So that's what it's all about. I personally will not be singing. Sorry to disappoint all of you, but it's probably for the best.
I'm personally hurt, but I'll let you slide this time, especially since I wouldn't sing. So I can hardly fault you for that. Kaeryn, thank you again for coming back onto the channel. It's always happy to have you here. By the way, anybody who does mention another channel, it should be in the description of this video down below. So please do go check them out and give some love. Speaking of love, the last but certainly not least, my brother from another mother, Chadley.
Hello, Internet. I'm familiar with your face here on this channel. Jeremy, thank you so much. Dark Crystal has been a part of my life for a really long time, and I have loved it since day one. So when I heard you were doing this, I knew I had to put my ring in the hat and do this game. I am playing Gon, a Drenchen druid from deep in the Sog. He has been a hermit pretty much his whole life up until recently, when he's gotten some visions that there are other Gelflings that have emerged, and he is off to find them. And I'm very excited to see how this unfolds.
Me as well, brother. Glad to have you back on the channel as well. So I think without any further ado, unless somebody has questions, I think we're ready to start. You guys ready to do this? Some Dark Crystal? Alright. Here we go. Say that, and then I need to press the other button. And OBS is being silly. Now? There we go. Another world. Another time. In the age of wonder. Many trine ago, This land was green and good, until the crystal cracked. For a single piece was lost, a shard of the crystal. One race became two, sundered as the crystal itself. As the ruthless Skesis learned to draw new life from their Gelfling subjects, they unwittingly fanned the flames of resistance. With this perversion of the Dark Crystal's power, its darkness, too, has grown across the land. A new and terrifying breed of soldier is born from the corpses of those that dared to defy their masters. Two races become one, the Garthim. But today, gathered at the Circle of the Suns, one of the wisest mystics has called a secret meeting. Today, the song of Thra will be heard. Once more, the world must undergo a time of testing. It must replenish itself. For today, a journey must begin. The journey for the harmony of Thra. Among the large clusters of crystal reefs, the multicolored crystal sands ebb and flow, earning this place the name the Crystal Sea. It is the home of the Dousan clan, who sail these dune waves upon their sand ship settlements, great vessels of bone and crystal. As the sons of Thra sink now below the horizon, their last rays cause a dazzling display of reflected rainbow light here, surrounding the Circle of the Suns. A towering ruin of stone erupting from the desert, rumored to be where the dual glaive was found before the battle of Stone in the Wood. urPlo, the Emissary, one of the strange and fabled mystics, has called a secret gathering of what remains of the Gelfling clans, 7 representatives from each of the 7 clans. Among those present, there are 4 Gelfling, and a very brave podling, whose journey we now begin. Each of you, please describe who we now see.
Probably often slightly in one of the corners on one of the cushions is a young Gelfling female softly playing on a furka. And she has long auburn hair braided on each side of her head. She's very tanned, but still pale of skin, but very tanned. But the odd thing that crosses this pale woman is that her face has the painted tattoos of the Dousan, which she is clearly not one.
I'll go. um, all around the room, there is this tiny little podling, and he's scurrying back and forth, trying to make everything just so. He's wearing like a grubby little tabard, but he doesn't have most of the dirt that a podling normally would, because his masters taught him to not wallow in the dirt as frequently. So he's kind of only half potato. But he's scurrying around and he's like fluffing up pillows and whatnot. Oh, Kajawa, oh, yeah, Aminya, you need wine, drink, mead, brew, water. He is addressing the what are they called? The deep Gelflings, Grottens.
Mhm.
He's addressing the Grotten woman who's also in the room because he's noticed that she doesn't have a refreshment.
Kiva is smiling at the podling in front of her, and she reaches out and takes a glass of water from him. And oh well, thank you very much. I'm sure this will be quite refreshing. And um, I'm just gonna go over here now. Thanks. And she moves away a little bit and gets away from the windows and kind of doing the standard thing she does, avoiding sunlight all the time. And um, she has kind of pale yellowish colored skin and very large ears, and her eyes are very large, like a deep, deep blue, almost black color. And she's got this really long, semi unkempt, pink lavender hair that kind of just hangs down her back. And she takes her glass in both hands and just starts taking delicate little sips.
Pez looks pleased. Otuvi Amina. And he scurries off in a flash of unruly red hair streak. Pew.
Oh, thank you.
I think from across the way, you would see a rather large Gelfling, still gaunt in his size, but with a excessive amount of these knotted and matted green-haired braids that have little bits and baubles of twigs and mistletoe and just all these little things like tied up into his hair. Around his neck, you see what looks like a cloak that is just made up of mosses and leaves and anything he can kind of gather from the sog. He has on him a twig that kind of holds that piece together, and you see that he has, it looks like a staff, but it's basically just a giant club. And he holds that in one hand, and then beside him, near the, I guess I would assume we're near like a fireside, maybe, and beside him, this almost dog-sized eel creature begins to. Okay, is that better? It skipped for a minute. Is it getting better? Okay, cool. This almost dog-sized eel creature comes lumbering around underneath his legs and around the corner. And you can see that it is his. You can see that it is his musk at the moment.
Excellent. And Jamie?
Out of many of those assembled here, Geeta's probably appears to be fairly comfortable. This is a location where she has been several times throughout her just duties and, as a Dousan. So she's kind of in a seated, kind of reclining just a little bit, just kind of very much at ease. She has short hair, kind of poofs out a little bit, dreads, but her hair is almost kind of purple with a little bit of gold. Her skin is that kind of blue, Dousan blue with the gold tattooing and everything, and really kind of piercing amber, kind of yellow eyes. Kind of stares out at everybody, just kind of taking everything in and kind of trying to take everybody's measure. A lot of these people are not from her area, and so she's kind of trying to read everybody, but at the same time kind of ready to step in and answer questions if people need things. And she's trying not to chuckle and be a little unprofessional at watching Pez running around, but is appreciative that he's kind of taking care of the guests and everything.
Excellent. So we see that there are roughly 50 Gelfling here. By the time that you include Pez and urPlo, there's 51. urPlo is like all of the mystics, though many of you have not ever heard or actually met a mystic before. They are beyond old. And urPlo is no exception. He's bent and stooped, his long neck barely seeming to hold the weight of his head of moppy white hair. And his 4 arms seem to be stuck in time as they move. Almost like he's not actually even moving. He's so slow. You've all gathered here under his invitation. And he has been in a trance for the last 2 days. Just chanting. One solitary, deep, throaty note. Just constant through the entire 2 days. His arms, moving slowly and deliberately, have worked the sands of different colors into an intricate pattern of lines and circles on the ground in front of him. Finally, he finishes his meditation and awakens and gathers all of you together to speak to you.
We have gathered here to bring an end to the suffering of the Gelfling. The genocide being carried out by the Skesis must stop. Thra has spoken. We must now begin to dream fasting. Form 7 fires. 1 Gelfling from each clan around a single fire. Pez.
As he extends one of his 4 hands in your direction, and you know this to mean that you are to take the large basket that he has prepared and carry it around to all of the different Gelfling, distributing the berries that are inside of it. There are these small red berries called urDroop, I believe. So, where do we find all of you as these fires have been built and you're preparing to lock hands to form these chains in Dreamfast? What do we notice about your characters?
I imagine that since Pez isn't part of the Dreamfest, he's going to be waddling around with that big old basket trying to distribute the berries for his master.
Oh, take. Berry, take. Is.
What is it?
Is push by. Yummy.
Gita, having done this before for ceremonies and such, would definitely take one, maybe two, if the effects kind of wears off with getting used to it, I guess.
Kiva steps forward with a little bit of hesitation. She's not been traveling the surface world a lot, and there's a lot of things here that still kind of just amaze her on a daily basis, but she'll definitely take one of the berries and cup it and hold it in both of her hands very gently as she sits and waits for and the instruction on what to do next.
Yetra would probably been one of the first ones to have jumped up and gone to where the berries are being handed out, kind of keen to do this, a little bit excited, trying to hold it in, but it's leaking out. You can see she's excited.
Gon would be definitely one of the last to take one. He's very apprehensive of it. What is this? And he'll seems all right. Plop it in his mouth and start chewing on it.
Each of you takes one of these. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Somebody about to speak? No? Okay. Okay. So, you each have taken one of these berries, reluctantly or enthusiastically, in whatever point along that spectrum you may be in between. You settle in around these 7 fires and join hands with your fellow Gelfling. Pez, you were kind of left standing on the sidelines. It's up to you whether you took an urdrip or not. But you're standing beside, kind of watching this happen.
I imagine Pez just pulls up a cushion, takes out his little pot, and just kind of starts playing a little tune to himself.
Absolutely. The moment that you all lock hands, you begin dream fasting. This is all something you've likely done before, at one time or another. But this dream fasting is unlike any that you've ever taken part in before. The visions extend far beyond those in your circle, beyond even the Gelfling present at this gathering. You can see the fall of the 7 clans and the healing of the crystal by Gelfling hand. Each of you, please describe a part of this prophetic vision that you see, basically covering the extent of the movie.
Kiva's part of the vision, it starts underground, and in her vision, it's almost as if she is the seed in the plant that's growing, and she's coming straight from Thra, and she's growing, and eventually the tree gets to a point to where all these blossoms come off and start flying around in the wind, and she follows the blossoms as they go through the air, and eventually she's brought, and she's almost watching this gathering of all of us as we're dream fasting from above in the air, and she's seeing everyone connected, and in her vision she can see the magic that connects all of the different 7 clans together as we stand with the mystic.
So Yetra's part of the vision that we are all shown is a dark time. We see lines upon lines of Gelfling collared and shackled and led to a dark fortress. Some dragged as they fall. All of them look hurt and damaged and, in fact, hopeless. All light has gone from their eyes.
For Gita, what she first sees is kind of a spray of rainbows as the sand kind of swirls in the sun across a crystal reef in the desert. And when that sand passes, she's seeing kind of what looks like almost a reflection of this scene in that crystal reef. And it's the scene from the movie where you see Jen and Kira at the kind of the temple where they're seeing the stone, the etchings in the stone, and the dream stitching in the stone, kind of as they're learning about the prophecy and what is kind of their part in it. And then it kind of fades out.
I think that Gon's perspective is he sees the imagery of the Gelfling riding on land striders. That scene where Jan and Kiva are riding on the land striders, and it's almost like this moment of him kind of attaching to all of the living organisms around. He's seeing all of the different creatures and all of the different and the image that first comes to him is the Landstrider, seeing them as they're on top of the Landstrider, and that is the first vision that comes to his mind.
Big everybody. I think we got it. Okay. As this is unfolding, we see this area from high above in the sky. And we notice that from far overhead, the 7 circles form the same pattern that was depicted in the sands of the mystic. And then we see what it is that's seeing from this point of view. The purple glint of a glass lens carried on leathery, spindly wings. a crystal bat, soars over the desert, watching what is unfolding. As a part of your dream fasting, the last thing that you all see is the same ruined city that you noticed in Gita's vision. A ruined city somewhere in the forests of the Stonewood. Each of you, if you would please, make me a history roll. If any of you are Stonewood, you can have advantage on this.
Is this a shouted out kind of game, or do you want it in the chat?
However you want to do it, it's fine.
Okay, that's a dirty 1.
Ooh,
I
that
rolled
is
a
dirty.
2, and I have a -1.
Oh, there you go.
I'm going to hit the opposite end and say that's a dirty 20.
Hey, covering the bases. Jamie, it is a history roll. You are Dousan, so you won't qualify for the advantage. Okay.
That's a 1.
Oh boy. Okay. So, both Gon and Yetra, both of you realize where this is. This is a village called Draksha. 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 You can see that you know that this place was a part of the beginning of the Garthim War during the Age of Resistance. This was a place where one of the final battles of Stone in the Wood took place, or of the Stonewood took place. So you know that it's deep in their territory. And while you are seeing this ruined city, this Draksha, all of you also notice that in the rubble, you see a shard of crystal. When you awaken from your dream fasting, you are staring up into the coloring sky of dawn. The entire night has passed. What are you doing?
Pez is snoring on his cushion. He at some point gave up drumming and just kind of like flopped onto the cushion like a cat. He's just like,
Does he have a little belly?
yeah, of course he has a little belly.
I feel like Gone. There's a tradition in Drenchen. There's a tradition in Drenchen lore that states that when they start the morning, every morning, they have to drum. And so he wakes up this morning, or I guess this evening, because we're under the night sky. Okay. And he would begin to drum like a slow drum. And it would continue to go. And then he would maybe do like a low chanting. And a mixture of that, just to kind of get a sense of this desert area. This is not his home. This is not where he is from. And it's almost like he just wants to draw as much moisture from the area that he can. There's just something about, this is not the Sog. This is not my home. I feel uncomfortable.
Gita would actually stand up and kind of stretch her neck out a little bit, and hearing Gon begin drumming and singing, she starts her day off with meditation, accompanied by kind of music as her meditation as well. So she would actually stand and pull out her hang drum, which is a small metal drum, and go kneel next to him and begin kind of her own routine, but kind of fit her song somewhat to his, while still keeping somewhat of a Dousan flair to kind of introduce him to that as well.
I'm sorry. I've never met a Dousan before. That instrument you have there, it's quite interesting.
Yes, it looks different than yours, but it's kind of part of the same family, as all us Gelfling are different, but still somewhat a family, though spread apart.
He kind of smiles at that.
Yes, of course. Before I came here, I had a water fasting. I saw you and all of them. I wasn't sure if any of you were actually real. But now, it makes me happy to know that you are.
Kiva will walk up to the music as it's being played, and she doesn't have any instruments or anything she pulls out herself, but she kind of starts just gently swaying to the chanting and the music, and she'll start to kind of dance, and as she's dancing, little lights will start forming around her, and occasionally she'll send one off and let it float off into the world, and then another one will appear, and then she'll send another one off, and a third will appear, and she just kind of sits and joins in with the morning music, but maybe humming slightly to herself as she dances next to everyone.
Gita, being woken up to this musical ensemble that's happening, spur of the moment, is joyed in her hearts about this, and she will pull out her furka and kind of play along with the tune. While she's still following and harmonizing, it slightly changes, and there's a magic that kind of goes with it. And immediately the blanket that she kind of has wrapped around herself in the night gets chilly in the desert at night, which she wasn't expecting. She now warms it up and cuddles herself in this warm blanket on the pillow that she had fallen asleep on.
You all sit around, kind of slowly waking up after the experience that you had last night. And one of you, I'll take a conscious volunteer, if you would, please. Anybody? Oh, Jamie. Okay. Gita, it's while you're playing that you realize and maybe it's because you're from this area even, you notice that the shadow of the rock that all of you have kind of been sitting in, the shape of it, the shadow across you has kind of changed. And just about the time that you kind of realize that, you look up and you realize that there's something coming up over the edge of the rock. And you see its enormous, dark, hulking frame rise up into view as a Garthim appears. And you see its black, chitinous form kind of glistening in the early light of the morning as it kind of throws its arms up and down and begins to make a... It starts to chitter its claw open and close and move its spider-like legs. And then you realize another comes up behind and beside it. And you see another. You realize that there is a number of Garthim that have approached your camp and are about to start attacking. Everyone, please roll for initiative. Okay, so Garthim are likely. Okay, so Yetra. Even though Gita was the first to notice this, maybe you just saw the look on her face or the reflection in her eyes or something, and you turn and see this, and you're the first to take action. What would you like to do?
So I see 3. How far away are they?
That's what you see so far.
Oh, shush. How far away are they?
They're pretty close. I would say they're probably 40 feet from you.
Okay, so 40 feet. Almost instinctively, seeing these horrific creatures coming out. Yetra's, forgive me if I'm going to get the lore wrong. Her tattoos on her face start to glow as power kind of rushes around her, and she flings her hands towards the nearest one, we'll say one of the ones that is coming close, the one she first saw, and a string of, it's almost like mist that kind of leaves her hands, but immediately it hardens into shards of ice as it's going towards one of the creatures. And I need to make a ranged spell attack. That'll be a 19 to hit.
A 19 will be enough to pass through these Garthim's incredibly thick natural plating.
Beautiful. Okay, so takes 10 d10 piercing damage, and then the shard will explode. If there's another one, so each creature within 5 feet of that one must succeed on including that one, will have to do a dexterity. Wow, words are hard. Must succeed on a dexterity saving throw, or will take an additional cold damage. Okay. So
what is your DC?
My DC is 15.
Okay. They both failed. One a lot closer than the other, but they both did fail.
Okay. So the one I was aiming at is taking 7 points of the initial, and then both are taking 5 more. So that's 12 cold for the first one and 5 cold for the other one.
Okay. What does that look like when that happens? What does that
so this
like?
Yeah, so this mist is like flinging out towards, and as it approaches the first one, it hardens into this long, thin, almost like a knife, if you will, like basically a big giant icicle, and pierces into the first creature. And as it pierces that creature, it then explodes, and shards hit it and the one beside it, and they are covered in these almost like little shrapnel, ice shrapnels, as it hits them.
Excellent. And where this spell, these kind of crystalline formations have pierced through this thing's plating, it leaves behind this kind of hollow, empty space inside of these creatures, almost like they're nothing more than their shell. Okay. Next up.
And sorry, as a bonus action,
okay, good.
I am going to grant, because I think that probably the only one I'm really familiar with at this point would be Gita. I've seen her around at other Dousan gatherings, so I'm going to give her a bardic inspiration die. So for 10 minutes, you can add to one. It's a D8 for me. You can add to ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. It could also be used, because I've lost that now, for damage. I lost it. Sorry. Yeah, you can also use it to add to weapon damage, or when an attack roll is made against you, you can use your reaction to roll it and add that number to your AC.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so as Yetra fires this spell of crystalline kind of explosiveness at these creatures, and then meanwhile uses this momentum in the battle early to kind of give some inspiration to Gita. Kiva, you are the next to act. What would you like to do?
The three creatures that are coming up, are they relatively close to each other, or are they pretty spread out?
No, they're pretty close to one another. Almost
Okay.
like a flying V formation, if you will.
Okay, so are they within like a 10-foot spread of each other?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So Kiva is going to, she sees the creatures come up, and she kind of pauses in her dance for a second, and then at the same time she's going to grab a hold of this seed that's on a necklace that hangs on her neck, around her neck, and she's going to hold on to it. She's going to reach inside one of her pockets, and she's going to grab a little piece of stone, and she's going to throw it out towards the creatures that are coming in, and I'm going to cast Shatter. And as the stone gets in between all of them, it's going to explode, and there's this intense ringing sound that erupts from the center of it. And they need to make a Constitution saving throw, please. And my target number is at the top of this long list of spells. 14.
Okay, so 14. Okay, so Constitution's a little bit better for them. The first two actually passed, but the third failed. Abysmally.
Okay, so they take 4d8 thunder damage, and on a successful, they take half. So they're going to take...
Perfect. Okay. Is this a shatter spell?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to rule that they are vulnerable to this kind of damage because they're hollow.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. So, I rolled a total of 10. No, yeah. Yes, I can't. 10, 14. 14 damage. I can't count. 14 damage. So the ones that saved would take 14, and then...
Yeah, they got 28. Okay, excellent.
Yeah. And it's almost this shockwave of energy, and it actually, everyone can kind of feel it through the ground as this sound starts ringing out.
Absolutely. And parts of their plating crack and fall away in pieces as this goes off, especially the third one, who seems to have been hit the hardest by this kind of explosion of sound. And I just now saw your comment in the chat, Tamiko. So perfect call. Absolutely right. Okay, as Kiva has delivered this devastating burst of noise, Gone, it is your turn.
Gone, ever ready for a fight. He pulls from his back a shield that is made of a fire beetle back. It's just like he has his club out, but then he points that club out toward these creatures, and he's going to cast a spell from it. He's going to use Fairy Fire. And I think what you see is that, like, on the end of that club, there is a small crystal on the tip of the club. He kind of holds it up into the air, and as the sun comes off of this club, it forms that prism that then sends a cone of different colors and arrays toward these Garthim creatures. And yep, I will have to have them make a save for me.
Excellent.
It says each creature within a 20-foot cube within range. And I'll say that this is green light, and that they have to make a dexterity saving throw.
What is the DC?
DC is going to be DC 14 because that's my spell save DC.
Okay.
Okay.
The first one,
and then.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just if it works, any attack rolls after that are at advantage, as long as the attacker can see it and the affected creature can't benefit from being invisible. So if they tried to like hide or whatever,
right,
works out for me. Yep.
Excellent. Okay, so the first one the first one passed. The other two failed.
Okay. Sweet. So 2 out of 3 can't. I'm good with that. So that one, and then as a bonus action, I will go ahead and cast Shillelagh on my club for future attacks.
Okay, perfect. And did your Rainbow Dazzle Razzle, did that do any damage, or is it just...
So it doesn't do any damage. It just gives advantage to the remainder of my party.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. So everybody remember that. The second and third of these, you have advantage to attack them. Okay, that was Gone. He hits them with this prism of light, and they seem kind of taken aback by it. They kind of reel and put their arms and claws kind of up above their purple eyes to try to block the worst of this agonizing rainbow-colored light. That was Gone. Pez, it is your turn.
How close have they gotten? Because they crested over the hill and they're coming towards us.
How far can you move, Pez?
Within 35 feet.
Then they're 35 feet away from you.
Perfect. Good answer, Jeremy. Okay, so Pez is going to go, oh, click, clack, Boraduma! And he's going to go running towards one of the glowing ones. Another little streak of red. And as he's running, he pulls a large frying pan from behind his back, wielding it with both hands. And he's also going to bonus action, Raji! So, with that being said...
I just caught that you just said bonus action to rage, but you said it in Pez. That's perfect.
Okay, and you said I get advantage? Because the one's glowing?
Yes.
Good, because that roll sucked. That roll sucked beans. Okay, 18.
That is what you need to hit.
Okay, so that's going to be Hurry up, dice. 5. And I get an extra attack, so I'm going to do it again.
Yeah. Whoa.
Bong! Every time the pan hits. 16.
16, unfortunately, glances off of their
Oh.
hard chitin.
God, I don't know.
That's it.
Excellent. So with your comically large frying pan, you slam it into the side of this Garthim, and the first time you hear that crack underneath. Oh, was that with advantage? Yeah, that was a good point, Jamie.
Yeah. Did you do both of those with advantage?
No.
Yeah, because both of those would have advantage from Fairy Fire, and I think you also would get advantage from. Didn't you? You rage, right? No, yeah.
It's only if
Well,
you recklessly.
Yeah.
Oh, only if you're reckless. Okay, yeah.
I did
but
not.
You still get advantage with Fairy Fire now.
I got to see how dangerous these things are first.
Good plan.
So that's actually a dirty 20.
Oh, then yeah, absolutely. The second strike wheeled around does hit.
Do better. 7.
That is better. All right. Okay. A second wheel around of this pan cracks into the other elbow of the Garthim, and there's another, like you said, boom kind of noise that rings out as pieces of it shatter beneath the weight of your pan. That was Pez's turn. Gita, it is your turn.
So are they all still up? One of them shattered?
No, they are all still alive, as alive as a Garthim gets. But they are very damaged.
Okay. How close to the edge are any of them? I know they came, like she was saying, they came up and over, but how are any of them still close to the edge, or are they all pretty far into the
So at least one of them is kind of on the ledge itself. You can see probably like the front 2 or 3 sets of these kind of bundles of legs that they have are kind of like almost draped over the edge of the ledge, kind of holding them in place.
Okay. I want to try. Gita wants to move closer to that one. I've got to move a 25. I'm not sure what the whole area up here is.
That should put you close enough.
Okay. I've got a channel of divinity ability that allows me to kind of do a burst of a breeze. And so if I hit with a weapon attack, I can push it up to 10 feet away from me. So the goal is to try to kind of knock it over the edge. I have Bardic Inspiration. And see, all my dice hate me. It's not just on Saturdays. That's a 10. Sorry, I'm a little slow on the math stuff. Prepare. 15.
What spell were you casting again?
It's not. It's one of the channel divinities. It's the Fury of the Tides that we kind of reskin.
Yeah, and it is an actual attack roll that you have to make.
It's a bonus action, actually. And once per turn for the duration, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can choose to push the target 10 feet away from you.
There you go.
Don't forget you have that bonus Bardic die.
Yes.
I think she threw it on there, or she was going to.
Yeah, no, I hadn't yet. So that gives me a dirty 20, actually.
Okay, excellent. So as your sword does find purchase, with the guidance of Yetra, you manage to bypass the defenses of this Garthim, and your strike lands true.
Okay.
So does it need a saving
and then
throw
yes,
now,
I can. It just says, it doesn't say that. It says, as a bonus action, you can channel the powerful might of the waves, which we did breeze, to bolster your attacks for 1 minute. Once per turn for the duration, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can choose to push the target 10 feet away from me. If the target is pushed into an obstacle or another creature, they take additional bludgeoning damage equal to my charisma modifier.
Absolutely. So, yeah, it wouldn't take any damage going away from the wind necessarily, but it is going to blow it off the ledge and then fall. So we'll just treat it as the exact same.
Okay.
So don't forget your weapon damage first, and then you can do the additional.
Okay. And hold on, sorry, I did not write down what my bonus is to that. So 5 plus 1 strength. I think that's just an 8.
Okay, and if you want, you can also juice it up with your paladin stuff. Smite, if you wanted to. Just as a reminder.
Well, yeah. We wrote that. I wrote that down. Okay, there we go. 2d8.
Yep. If you're doing a first level spell slot, it'll be 2d8. Extra.
Yeah.
Cool.
That would be an additional 9.
So 17
I will
points.
mark that.
And is that with the bonus fall damage?
No. What did you say the fall damage was?
You said it was equal to your charisma?
Oh, charisma. I'm sorry. No, that's not the fall damage. That's just if they get bumped into an obstacle or another creature. Okay, so the ground's the obstacle, I guess. That's an additional 3.
Okay.
So 9 plus the 3.
Kita, if you would, not Kita, I'm sorry, Gita. What does it look like as the fall destroys this Garthim?
When it hits the ground, you kind of get that impact where the carapace kind of crushes down just a little bit and then just falls apart. And as it kind of falls apart, you see a little bit of kind of a purple essence, kind of almost like a purple smoke, just kind of dissipate out from around the inside of the carapace, and the purple eyes go dark.
Absolutely. The empty pieces of this thing's carapace just kind of scatter into pieces, no longer being supported by whatever foul magic was keeping these things alive in the first place. That was Gita. It is now the Gartham's turn. These other two are going to round on those of you who have closed with them. Their attention being on the Gelfling. And your guess is the likely destination is the basket that they wear upon the back of their shells. So, one of them is going to go and close with you. I just lost your name again. Gita. Gita, and is going to attempt to attack you once with its claw and once with its free hand. So the claw, what is your AC? I'm not going to hit you.
A 17. Sorry, the mute wouldn't unmute.
Okay. So this claw comes in and snaps right above your head as you kind of duck down underneath it, and it strikes too high. It then follows up with its free hand open, trying to grab a hold of you, and you just move nimbly out of the way as its claws kind of swipe the air where you stood just a moment before. Okay. The other is going to try to attack Gone. It's going to move towards you, moving away from Pez, ignoring you for the moment entirely. So you can take an opportunity attack if you would like.
Pez would like to take an opportunity attack. Also, is the one that's moving away from me, is that the one I attacked?
Yes.
Okay, FYI, I have a thing called Ancestral Protectors. While raging, the first creature I hit with an attack on my turn has disadvantage on any attack that isn't against me. And when a creature hits a target that isn't me, that creature has resistance. So Gon would have resistance to the damage dealt by the attack.
Perfect, okay.
But I read my sheet! And yeah, so opportunity attacks going to be 16.
That does glance off of their armor, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it kind of
my
turns
dice
its big...
love that 11. Okay.
Its thing kind of turns its wide backside towards you, and you bring up your pan to kind of slap it, and it just kind of like vibrates in your hand uncontrollably for a moment as it moves in on Gone, trying its best to ignore the ancestral energies or spirits or what have you that are now kind of crawling all over it, all these podlings. It's going to attempt anyways to roll against Gone. I rolled with disadvantage and I rolled 2 ones. So it worked in spades. Pez, way to go. So the first thing this thing does is kind of tries to swipe at you with its claw, trying to scoop you up, Gone, and instead podling spirits kind of swarm over this thing's arm and actually manage somehow to kind of weigh it down to the point that instead it hits this crystal sand and just drags this massive rainbow-colored prism, not unlike yours, and it misses entirely. It then brings its other hand around to try to grab a hold of you. What is your AC? 14?
So right now,
16.
because I have the shield out, it's 16.
16, excellent, okay.
Yeah.
So even with disadvantage, it was not a 20, but a 21 I think is still going to hit you.
Okay, that's perfect. Yep.
All right, so it was the secondary hand. This thing grabs a hold of you with these kind of elongated fingers. I think there's 3 of them. They wrap around your midsection and grab you tightly. Gone. You are grappled, and you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as this thing tries to start crushing your ribs.
Was that halved?
It was not halved, so please make sure you take half of that. Okay. Oh, as a bonus action, these things have an ability called Capture. Gone. You are lifted and placed inside the basket on the back of this Garthim. You are now inside of this basket, captured.
Oh, okay then. Well,
okay. We move to the top of the round with Yetra.
Yeah, okay. So these things are a lot closer now. And one has just taken a Gelfling. So Yetra immediately stows the furka away on her belt and grabs out her rapier. And I'm going to fly. As you know, the wings pop out. I'm going to fly upwards to where Gone was just taken, and I'm going to try to slash at the Garthim.
Okay. Absolutely. Rolled up.
Okay. Oh, that's a 14.
Unfortunately, that's not going to bypass their considerable armor. It glances off of the kind of black, shiny shell.
While up there, is there, like, wherever Gone has been put into, is there like room to stand up there, like to land beside it so I could like free him?
I think so. It's definitely a pretty wide, kind of flat-ish surface, and there's a lot to hold on to because these baskets are like really thick kind of wood that has been bent and lashed together. So there's a lot to kind of hold on to and kind of stabilize yourself. So you could certainly land on it. But
I'll land on. Yeah.
It'll require a roll.
Woohoo.
So you can
Kind of
use
roll.
dexterity, and if you want, you can make that acrobatics.
I sure will. Oh, that's a bad roll. That's a 9.
Okay, so you kind of come in landing on this thing's back, and just at that moment, he shifts, and the whole weight of the basket kind of scoots, and it actually kind of like hops and lands on top of your foot.
Oh! Ow!
So
Okay.
it's not enough to actually cause any permanent damage, just enough to kind of hurt and to pin you in place. Okay. That was Yetra. Kiva, it is your turn.
Sorry. As a bonus action,
Nope.
can I give
Yes.
our poor Gone some inspiring words?
Absolutely.
And die.
So yeah, you're kind of like holding on to this thing, realizing that you're now kind of stuck yourself, and you kind of muster up this this ability, this inert kind of passion you have for trying to excel others, and you manage to give Gon a little bit of hope, because he looks a little panicked at the moment. Okay, that was Yetra. Kiva.
Kiva is going to move probably about 5 or 10 feet forward so that she can get within range, and she's going to take her long staff that she has, and she's going to kind of swing it out towards the creature that's captured him, and this long vine is going to come kind of extend out of the end of this staff, and it's this long whip, and she's going to use the cantrip Thorn Whip, and she's going to attack this creature, and I believe I'm still at advantage, so
I believe that is the case.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
so I'm going to go ahead and Thorn Whip this creature. And oh, that's just not good. I got a even with advantage. That was terrible. Well, darn. That is a 15 to hit.
Unfortunately, the leg of this creature that you kind of wrapped your thorn whip around, when you pull, it was one that was already cracked and damaged, and instead it just shatters off harmlessly to this creature, and unfortunately is not able to make purchase.
Oh, well, oh, guys, this isn't good. That's it.
Okay, that was Kiva. Gone. It is your turn. And to answer your question, yes, I think that's perfectly viable.
Oh, okay. Perfect. No, I think Gon's first instinct is to kind of see if he can smash it from the inside. So
Okay.
I will take this opportunity to waylay an attack side of this creature. So,
okay, so from within this cage, there's not a ton of room to move around. So this attack, though you were on its back, would be at disadvantage.
Oh, at disadvantage. Okay, you got it.
Yeah.
I can.
Now, if you have advantage from another source, like if the Fairy Fire also grants you advantage, then
Yeah, the Fairy Fire would have granted me advantage too.
Okay,
so
then yes, it washes out.
The first roll was the 16 then. So
okay,
I'll go with that.
So even though it's next to impossible to miss this thing,
hold on. Yeah.
Is that all? Is that it all up?
16? Oh wait, yeah. No. It's 16 on the die. So with everything,
I'm sure you have numbers.
That's
to add to that.
16 plus 6, so 20. Yeah.
That, on the other hand,
that's 23.
That does hit.
Okay, so then that is, and then I get an additional D8, and does that go toward damage or just attack? The inspiration.
You can use it on damage if you'd like to. I have that
on damage as well. Okay.
Yeah, if you'd rather, you can go for it.
Okay, I will do that. So that's a total of 10 damage all up as he takes this club and just begins to smack and like whack across the sides, and it makes almost I can only imagine it's like when you hit a hollow wind chime on the inside of this chitinous armor is the sound that it makes.
Absolutely. And as you drive home this strike, Gon, though it does not free you from the cage, it will end the life of your captor. What does that look like?
Sweet. So I can only imagine that he kind of just takes a full 360-degree spin and let me out, and just smashing across the inside of this thing. But then he realizes that he has now broken the armor from top to bottom, and it crunches in on top of him, and now he's just inside of this thing, buried underneath the chitinous armor.
This thing crumbles underneath the weight of your strike, and the basket you are in kind of falls haphazardly down onto the pile of all this chitin. Though he is dead, you are still within the confines of this structure, this cage.
Yeah. Can I take my movement to kind of crawl out of his carapace?
Did you use a bonus action?
I have not yet.
I'll let you use your bonus action to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So make me an athletics or acrobatics, either one.
That's horrible. But I mean, I'll do it. It's a 2 plus a 2. That'll be a 4.
Ooh, okay. So the knot that this thing tied, the way that it's closed, you're not able to break the leather, essentially, that's kind of binding it shut. You're pushing kind of with all of your might, and you're just not able to find your way out just yet. Okay, that was gone. Pez, it is your turn.
Now, if the creature's dead, he's just still in the basket?
Correct. And then there is one more Garthim that is on the attack.
Okay, really want to help you out, buddy, but I can't. So I'm gonna go running at the remaining
Don't
Garthim.
worry about me. I'll be fine. Don't worry, I got it.
Running at the remaining Garthim. Is it one of the glowy ones, or did we kill all the glowy ones?
This one is one of the glowing ones.
Good. So Pez is going to run across the sands towards it, yelling,
Nay, click-clack! Apoda, just pick-a!
and okay, first roll's a 21. Roll it
Definitely
again, see
hits.
if I get that natty. I do not. So 21 was good?
Yes, it does hit. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So for damage, that's going to be 13.
Ooh, Nelly.
Oh, hang on. Let's see, that's 11 plus my strength. I think I get an additional +2 when I'm raging. Does that sound
your level,
correct
that
or
sounds
incorrect?
about right.
Okay, so that's 15 damage.
Okay.
And then second attack. Ooh, that is a 15, which isn't going to cut the mustard. Second roll is a dirty 20.
That'll do.
Yes. Okay, so that's going to be 14, 16.
Pez, what does it look like as you end the existence of this third Garthim?
Well, I think Pez is Gataraji, and he's banging at the carapace of this thing with El Kabong, and which is what the chat named my axe. And so he hits it with El Kabong and hits it in just the right spot, where suddenly the life evaporates out of this one, much like it was described earlier so wonderfully by Jamie, and then the pieces collapse in on themselves. And then I'm done. Well, triumphantly holds up his pan.
You stand atop the mountain of your
The
defeated
podlings
foe.
have suddenly become Tusken Raiders. It's the...
You stand atop the black mountain of your fallen foe, chanting and shouting and raving, waving your pan in the air, and that's about the time, Pez, that you look around and you realize all around the camp, the other groups of Gelfling are being attacked by more Garthim. You see hundreds of Garthim snatching up these Gelfling left and right. You turn just in time to see your master, urPlo, is approaching, almost appearing out of nowhere.
You must escape. Pez, you must take them. Find the shard of the division. Bring it to Agra, atop the highest hill between Stone in the Wood and the mountains of the Groton. Run!
And he turns to face another collection of Garthim that are beginning to approach from a different angle. And he throws his forearms up and wide in front of them. And they stop, almost unsure of what to do or how to proceed, giving the five of you time to get away. All of you, if you could, please, roll nature checks. Oh, Gita, being Dousan, you would have advantage on this, by the way. Okay. No? Still no? Okay, so, Gone. It is you who recalls that beneath this spire of stone that kind of rises not far from where you all have gathered, this circle of the suns, that beneath it there is a cavern that connects to something called the breath of Thra. And it's kind of like a network of wind, of air, moving swiftly, coming from the heart fire of Thra itself. And it is a decent way of traveling.
We can make it. We just have to make it to the breath. It's below. Come, follow me.
And he'll begin running. But how far down is it? Like, would we need to have, I guess my question to you, Jeremy, would we need to have mounts to get further? Or is it something that we could physically run to?
I think having mounts would be cool. Get a little montage
Cool.
scene.
So I picked for my magical item this thing called the Gray Bag of Tricks. Inside of it, I can summon animals to basically it's like an advanced conjure animals item. I can roll a d8 and find out which animal. So let me try and see how big I can get. Okay, cool, not bad, because 6 is actually pretty large size. So let me
Okay, so you're reaching into this bag and kind of pulling out this multitude of these strange spheres, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, so it came up as giant badgers, but I'm gonna reskin those as I feel like in this setting for the desert, it fits that they would be a creature called a smoggle, and it is essentially like a large uh, salamander, but with crystal shards along its back, like a stegosaurus. They're very slow and lethargic, but they can move. They've got some movement. So yeah, well, I'll just use the step giant badger, but essentially he throws what looks like this seed out from this bag, and this seed is covered in fur, and then the seed kind of sprouts and forms into scales, and then it goes and grows until you have 4 smoggle just falling out from this one seed, and they look back like
God bless you, Chaplain. You guys
yeah,
right the oh sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, hop on. We'll get there faster if we use these.
I imagine these things kind of walk almost like a Komodo dragon, where like they bend like almost to the side one way and then the other, so it's like this kind of disorienting, almost slither like path that they take. And so by the end of it, all of you are kind of like, you know, frazzled hair and kind of like holding on to the last meal that you had. But you certainly do get there much faster with their plodding steps across the hot crystal sands. You make
I'm
it
almost
to...
oh,
sorry, go ahead, please.
sorry, I was just saying, I was almost imagining that these are. I'm of the Sifa clan, so I've been on boats, so I almost imagine that this is kind of more like that kind of motion. So everybody else is kind of maybe seasick or motion sick or whatever, and Yetra is just like enjoying this so very much because it reminds her of home.
Yeah, Gita, who's used to flying kind of on the giant sort of manta ray type creatures that the Dousan use, would probably be looking maybe a little green and just kind of indignant that flying is so much smoother than this.
Kiva's probably having a little bit of a rough time on these things too, because she's used to creatures that slither more than this weird lumbering action. So the whipping back and forth and the up and the down and it's just a big ol' hot mess for her. She's probably not doing that great as she's riding around on this thing 'cause it's not very smooth.
You said there were 4, right? Yeah. So Pez is going to end up jumping on one of these with one of y'all. And he is up at the very front, grabbing onto the neck. Not like chokehold, but like like with his eyes tightly shut, kind of muttering, podling obscenities along the way.
And I imagine it's even worse for Pez because he's out on the thing's neck, so it's like the most extreme part that's moving back and forth. So by the end of it, he is
Pez
like...
did not think that through. He thought it would be the safest place.
Oh my gosh, this is perfect. Okay. You all have reached the breath of Thra, the entrance of this cavern that kind of leads downward beneath this rock spire that forms the circle of the suns. And you manage to find this tunnel of incredibly warm air. And this air has an incredible current to it, just flowing very, very fast. So fast that you can actually see the wind actually becoming visual around certain edges of rock and root that stick down here. Okay, I believe, Gita, I believe that there was something you were possibly wanting to do as you enter the Breath of Thra.
No, that's okay. She'll stick with riding on the Slobe or whatever they're called.
This is they have carried you to the Breath of Thra. The
okay.
chances of them being able to make it through this tunnel is certainly a possibility. But those of you who are female would know, like, you could just glide on this air much, much faster than these things could walk through this tunnel. But you had also mentioned one of your, I think, your spells.
Yeah, I was gonna go ahead and summon my steed. If that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, you had asked a question about how big the tunnel was.
Yeah, I was just trying to verify that it would fit. So before I summoned it. So yes, I'll start kind of doing the requirements to find my steed, which I think it's a 10-minute. When it's summoned, it is one of the giant manta ray type creatures that, for anybody that's seen the show, they are shown in that, but they look, like I said, kind of like a giant manta ray, and all of us should be able to fit on the back of it, and we can navigate that way.
Is there anything particular about your skimmer that looks different? Any kind of coloring or patterning or something like that that denotes it from normal skimmers?
It is kind of has similar tattooing to myself and the Dousan. Instead of just being kind of a kind of beige flesh colored creature, it does have a lot of the kind of goldish and bluish kind of tattooing, somewhat tribal kind of on it, in addition to having kind of crystal shards kind of protruding kind of along the edges of the wings. It's in the sunlight, it catches the sun, but under here it probably might not so much.
And how do all of you react as this creature kind of seems to just descend out of the sky, again, seemingly from nowhere? And Gita just casually climbs on its back.
Yetra is almost giddy with excitement. This is awe-inspiring. She has wanted to be on one of these since she heard about it when she was a wee little babe in her mother's arms, as her mother was also a Dousan and used to tell her lovingly of these stories of these animals.
Pez is oblivious. He's got his eyes shut. He doesn't see anything.
Kiva is completely fascinated with the creature as it kind of slides out of the sky. When it gets close enough, she can't stop running her hands down along its side and petting it and cooing at it. And oh, you are just amazing. Look at, oh, I've never seen something like you before. And she just keeps lovingly talking to it as she pets it.
It almost kind of, with that attention, it almost kind of, it's not quite a purr, but kind of a slight vibration kind of runs along it. And it's very obvious that it's kind of enjoying the attention.
Gita, I've heard of those things, but I've never seen one before. It's beautiful. You want us to ride on that, though?
Yes, this is how this is the Dousan's preferred method of travel. This is how we navigate the large areas of the Crystal Desert, the Crystal Sea, as it were. It's quite safe.
He kind of approaches it like you would an untamed horse, and puts his hand on the front of the face.
Well, all right. If you say that it's okay, I'll go with you. And how do you mount it?
So if there's space, it'll be kind of hovering above just a little bit. And once I get up to it, I'll toss a ladder down over the side, kind of a rolling ladder, and kind of gesture down.
All right. Yeah, he would being that he is a slightly larger Gelfling from the rest of you, he just sort of like packs his shield in the back and gets all this stuff. I imagine like bits of pieces of moss and just swamp shrapnel are like flopping off of him as he kind of has to pack all of these things away. And he gets up on this thing and prepares to fly off into the
Okay. So it sounds like somebody along the way must just grab a hold of Pez's collar and hoist him up. I almost imagine Pez is like still clinging onto the non-existent neck as he's kind of like hauled up.
That would probably be gone. That would probably
Perfect.
be gone because he would look down at the mounts.
Now stay here. If we need you, don't go too far.
And then he would look and see a podling that looks basically like a cacophony of pots and pans hanging off of the neck.
Come on now. You can't be scared of a thing you don't know about.
And then he would then switch.
Oh, that's right. You probably don't know Gelfling. Apadu Barbara.
Okay.
You speak Podling?
Mm-hmm. I have a language that I can take, and I took Podling just for this session.
Pez says, "But I'm so afraid. I don't want to go onto the flying bit. What is that thing?"
I say a krisa skin.
And then he would then follow up with,
It's actually quite safe. Come on.
All right then, Gon. I trust you, I guess. And everybody else is just hearing the
Yato! Apa poor!
we're both having a very proper British conversation between each other.
All right then, Gon. Let's go. Oh.
Too right, good. Come
Yes, of course.
Shitio.
Okay.
So the five of you crawl onto the back of this skimmer creature, this large flying manta ray-like creature that then glides into the opening of this cave. These long honeycomb expanses of cave with this warm air just rushing through it like an underground river. And as you journey beneath the lands of Thra, this is where we're going to take our break. So, 5 to 10 minutes. We'll give Chad's internet time to catch up. No, I'm just kidding. But no, seriously, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse if you got them, smoke it if you got it, all that good business. And we will be right back here to finish up the second half of tonight's game, The Harmony of Thra. Somebody's been pressing buttons. It was me. I was pressing the wrong buttons, as a matter of fact. Welcome back, everybody, to the second half. I don't know what is going on or who is in charge. This is the Harmony of Thra, our 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons one-shot, taking place in the world of the Dark Crystal. I'm having a ton of fun so far, and I cannot wait to get into the second half. So, without further ado, we join the 5 of you on the back of Gita's skimmer, this enormous flying manta ray looking creature, covered in similar markings to Gita herself, as it very slowly flaps its wings, I guess you would call them, up and down, and makes its way along the thermal currents that run underneath of Thra itself, as you ride the breath of Thra, closing in on the Stonewood lands. So as you're making this part of the journey, and you're thinking back on what just happened, what might lie ahead, what is the conversation like? What is going through your characters' minds?
I think Gone, after a while, would speak up.
You know, I haven't left home in a long time. This is odd, to say the least. But welcome. I mean, look at this. It's absolutely beautiful. It's a wonder that the Skesis haven't actually managed to get here.
Has nods. Beautiful.
Yes, Pez. Beautiful.
Kiva looks up and she looks rather sad. It is beautiful, but I just I can't stop thinking about all of those gelflings, those creatures that were attacking them, and there were more gelflings there than are in my entire clan, and we have to do something to save everyone. We have to. I I can't imagine that many of us just not being here anymore.
Neither can I. But we're strong, and we'll fight them. You watch. I don't know where we're going, but I have good faith that we'll get to where we're supposed to.
This entire time, Yetra has been blowing softly, playing tunes. It's almost like she's trying to write something new. And visions of what you're actually seeing as we fly on the breath of Thra are actually being redrawn, if you will, in the air around the sound notes that are coming out of the furka. And it's been kind of, I guess, pleasant and almost comforting to see these sounds until Kiva started talking and mentioning what happened back. And then all of a sudden, the loudest, most sour note that you've ever heard just kind of stops the sound of that Yetra was making. And she goes quiet, just now remembering what we had just come from. It's going to get worse, isn't it?
Now you can't think like that. That's how they get you, you know. You start thinking like that, all of a sudden, at some point, they will. At some point, they'll find us and they'll get us. So we can't think like that. We have to be strong. And he sort of like pets his leech underneath the scruff of its eel-like body. If we don't have hope and faith, then they'll just come for us until we're extinct altogether.
I have to agree with Gon. Look to what just happened. We were attacked by so many of them, and we fought back, and the other Gelfling were fighting back, and we will keep fighting back, and we will chase them to where they are if we need to. But we will fight. That's what we do.
urPlo fighter.
What he said, I think.
Yes, we're all fighters, and we can do this. I know we can. I know we can make it through this. It's Thra is counting on us, and she won't let us down.
The two of you that... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Yatra. No? Okay. The two of you that rolled so well on the history checks to find out what Draksha was, that it was the name of the village that you saw in your dream. The two of you know not just the name of this village, but as you're talking about the destruction that may lie ahead for the Gelfling, you know that Draksha itself was destroyed in the last battle that was fought by the Stonewood clan. And this is the same battle where Almadra Brea was killed. In recent years, the Darkwood has become a dangerous and menacing place, much more so than it ever has before. The Black River that runs through this valley, through these lands, was so named because of the coal-black rocks that line the riverbed. However, over time, the waters themselves have now grown black as night. It is here, among the Darkwood, among the lands that used to belong to the Stonewood clan, as you emerge from the breath of Thra, this is where you find yourself. The light now barely is able to penetrate into the forest here. There seems to be this almost constant twilight here. The creatures and the plants of Thra seem to recoil and run at the first appearance of anything now, where that wasn't the case before. So as all of you are finding yourselves in the Darkwood, with these being the circumstances, some of you perhaps seeing this for the first time, what do we see? What are your characters feeling right now?
The tune that Yatra has been playing, she resumed after the last talk. Again, it was capturing what we were going through. The tune has now become sad, melancholy, a little dark, as we see I guess maybe fear almost start to infuse from it. She doesn't stop playing. She just continues to play, but it's a sadder song now.
Kiva, as she walks, as it gets darker and darker, and she walks in, she unties the band that she had wrapped on her eyes from the sun to protect them from the sunlight, and she breathes very deeply. And darkness is not always bad. There's often very beautiful things in it. We're here to save her, and we will.
As Yeater's playing that sad tune, Gon would look around at this forest and just see the amount of, I don't want to say decay because I don't think it's decay, but just sheer and just sheer fear and isolation. And then for a minute, he kind of reflects on himself. If my father could see me now, going out here, fighting. If he could see these forests, I wonder how he'd feel. And he would are we flying above like the canopies? Are we flying above these spaces, or are we just cresting over and like flying through the forest? I just visually, where are we at?
So I imagine that the skimmer has probably had to land at this point. The canopy being too dense for you to be able to really see the ruins of the city that you're looking for. You're going to have to go further on foot.
Okay. So if we are attempting to land, I think he would just reach his hand out to some of the vegetation, the plant life around, maybe look for animals around, see if something responds, if Thra itself responds back in a positive manner to him in terms of, instead of recoiling in fear.
Roll me a animal handling.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's 13 plus. Let me take a look. I think I have a plus. Yep, so that'll be a 19 all up.
Fantastic. So, Gon, you kneel down and kind of reach out towards this cluster of almost flower-looking, almost like trumpets, and it's, kind of this one after another coming out of this thing, forming this stalk that's some 4 or 5 feet long of bright blue flowers, each one with these kind of curling, spiraled petals. And you reach out to it, and one by one, each of those trumpets kind of closes into a bud and recedes into the flower beneath it, almost all the way back down to the ground. And you kind of stop for just a moment, but then extend your hand further, and almost like a creature would, peering out of like the safety of a den, this kind of bud of the flower kind of like emerges out of the ground and kind of opens its petals back to spiral out again, as it kind of seems to consider you for a moment. And then through just a little bit of coaxing, you manage to draw this flower back out into bloom at your touch. It is trembling.
Yeah. Oh, friend. It's all right. I know this place is scary. But we will not let it be scary for long. Okay? Don't worry. And he would kind of just gently let it go back into its burrow, essentially, like let it be on its own, or see if it would call the others. I have a thing called, obviously, I have a spell that I could use called Speak with Animals. But in this moment, I wonder if I could just communicate with this creature, this flower. I don't know if you're considering it like more flora than fauna, but
In Thra,
and
it's
see
kind of the same thing.
if to see if we could get a headway.
Yeah,
of
certainly.
like where we need to head through this forest. You wouldn't know where a Draksha is, would you?
This flower, almost again, kind of its topmost bud, collection of petals, kind of looking at you almost like a face. It kind of studies you for a long moment, and then kind of turns downward, and it looks like it's touching some of the other plants of its kind. And they start to kind of bloom and touch some of the other plants. And within a few moments, it starts to kind of spread in this almost ripple out away from this one single stalk. And it then turns towards you, and then kind of turns away in a very kind of purposeful direction, and almost like it hyper extends itself like a line pointing in a direction deeper into the woods.
Thank you, my friend. You can relax now. We'll take care of it from here.
Okay. So Gon, you then begin to lead the way?
Yeah, I think that Gon would say,
we need to head down that path. This one here, and we should find where we're supposed to go.
And he'll pull off his shield and kind of have his club ready for anything that might be in this forest that will be non-friendly toward us.
Yeah, I think Geeta would also like to use an action to do divine sense, to get a feel for kind of what's going on, because this place just doesn't seem as it normally is, and she just kind of wants to get a feel for kind of what's going on with that.
What kind of creatures does it sense again?
Celestial, fiend, and undead. Can also detect place or object that is consecrated or desecrated. And it does tell me the type of creature.
Okay. So you do not get a sense of any of those creature types being anywhere in the vicinity of you. However, you do get the strong presence of desecration. It's not quite all around you, but it's almost like you can see the... I don't know what they would be called. I don't know if they're called capillaries. Effectively, the veins inside the plants are all around you that seem to radiate this brilliant, dark purple energy.
Yes, this I can feel it. This place is not as it is supposed to be. Something is poisoning or infecting the land. Also, it sounds like we've dismounted from the skimmer. So she will have left it there, not tied or anything like that, just kind of with instructions to just stay there unless it senses danger. And she will have pulled a whistle out from kind of underneath of her robes, and kind of, just shown it to it so that it knows to kind of listen for a signal to come back to me if need be.
Okay. The five of you wander deeper into the dark wood. As you make your way closer to the village that used to be known as Draksha, there's a point when each one of you, at least one point, sees a creature that seems to be stalking you, kind of at a distance through the trees. It's not always the same creature, but every single time it surprises you that it's not a predator. Some of these are herbivores. Some of these are way too small to even consider you a meal. Yet they seem to be hunting you as you move your way through this forest. And each time that you see one of these creatures, you notice that its eyes glow with the same dark purple energy that Gita saw flowing through the veins of the trees. The same eyes that belong to the Garthim.
This place is sick. We have to clean it, purify it. Whatever we can do.
How do we do that?
I don't know. But clearly, this place is not right. And I think that maybe that's why we've been sent here. And he'll look behind Kiva, and he'll look like his eyes are kind of darting every which way. He'll see that he'll take a left, and his muskie will look to the right, so that both of them are looking in opposite directions, so that he's constantly keeping an eye out for the rest of the group.
Soon.
Gone. Oh, sorry.
No,
go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Gone. Do you think you could possibly try to befriend one of these creatures that is following us?
I mean, it's possible, but I don't know if they'll agree to it. Leech, careful now. I know, careful though. Go toward that one, whatever it is. Follow it, and we'll make our approach carefully.
So after a moment, I would be looking for a creature that's been stalking us.
Gon, are you able to enact anything through this creature? Are you able to use any of your own skills or talents through it?
So Leech is just like an animal companion that is given to the Drenchen as a youth, right? Like as a youth, we basically have these as pets. He's an animal companion that I've like reskinned as a dog, but otherwise he's not really. I could, however, use some skills to like see through him if I wanted to, but
okay. But for now, you're just kind of sending him out.
For now, I'm just having him go out and kind of keep an eye and track down this other animal.
Okay, so let's do this then. Go ahead and roll me your animal handling. However, this is going to be at disadvantage.
Okay. Glad you said that before I rolled. Okay. Okay. So yeah. 19 and a nat 1. So yeah, we'll go with that.
Okay, so he's gone for a moment before you hear whatever kind of noise it is that he makes whenever he's hurt. And he comes skittering back to you. And he has been scratched across his back and has taken 5 points of damage.
Jeremy, you monster.
Oh dear. It's all right, Leech. I know, boy. Hold on.
And he'll pull out a salve made of like moss and swamp water. And hold on. And he'll rub it along the wounds.
You stay right here. Will you watch him for me?
Looking to Pez.
Don't let him go anywhere. I'll be right back.
And I will go ahead and begin to stalk forward in that direction, leaving Leech to kind of tend to his wounds.
Gone. Don't go off on your own. It's not something worth all that. I just had an idea that I wanted to try. But with what just happened with
please.
Leech, it's not worth it.
No, that's I'm open to listening. I just that thing hurt mine. That thing hurt my eel, and I can't stand around and let it do that.
But he'll be okay. He'll be fine. He's already feeling better. Here, he can even have some of this. And she'll reach into one of her little pocket satchels and she'll pull out this moss that she has with her, and it's got this very bioluminescent glow to it. And she'll offer it up to the little eel and look at Gong but we can't get distracted. We have to continue on. We have to help Thra, and as soon as we do that, then everything in this forest will be so much better.
You're right. I was hoping to be able to talk to one of these things. But apparently they are not in the mood to talk.
Ayami yappe. What are they?
I don't know. That's why I was going to look at it. But clearly, it's been affected by something. Typically, creatures don't just attack unless they're provoked, especially if they're not carnivores.
Well, and they have the same funny light to their eyes that all of these plants that seems off.
Would the shard of division be doing this? That's what we're here for, is it not?
It's entirely possible. Yes. Right, well, I don't know what to do.
Well, maybe if we find it, take it out of here, we can... If it is what's causing this, then maybe its influence will go away. These creatures would turn back to normal.
Yeah, I think that he would just try to shake it off and press on now. Still irritated that something would have even hurt one of his own. He now definitely formed this protective circle around you all, kind of keeping an eye out on every corner if possible.
Pez puts a hand on your arm and says,
Thra. Hurt. Need heal Thra.
Yes. Yes, of course. Apodege hiletra.
Etipachan. Pokey pokey.
I love this too much. Hokey pokey. So you pass by the creature that you're fairly certain had done this to your eel gone, and you can see it's this kind of something that to our eyes would look like a mixture between an armadillo and a turtle. It's probably about the size of a dinner table, and has a cornucopia of plant life growing off of its back on its shell. The five of you press forward, and eventually you start seeing stacked and carved and shaped stones, stacked here and there. Some of them burned, some of them simply fallen over. Many of them, surprisingly, already starting to become overgrown with vegetation. Vegetation that is growing way too fast for how long ago you know that the battle here took place. And then you start to see the bones. You see the bones of Gelfling, and what you're very familiar with now, the discarded chitinous plating of destroyed Garthim, scattered everywhere. And as you move deeper and deeper into the ruins of this village, you see more and more of these. But that's not the only thing you see here. One of you, a volunteer if you would. Kaeryn. Jaitra wanders into a particular place within these ruins, and you find yourself staring at a sight that is eerily familiar to you. A wall filled with carvings, a story told in stone. The carvings were not caused by any form of tool or chisel. there is almost a burned texture to the carving in the stone. And you realize that you have seen the scenes depicted on this stone. This tells the story of how the Gelfling will be wiped out, and how one remaining Gelfling with the crystal of division, the shard of division, will be able to heal the dark crystal. This is called a dream etching. It happens occasionally whenever many Gelfling dream fast to one another. It can form a physical representation of what they envisioned. And it dawns on you that this carving was made by the collection of the 7 representatives of the 7 clan. All of you made this dream etching in what is now forever known as the Wall of Destiny.
Yetra would reach out to touch it as she would be calling to the others to see it. And her fingers would follow along the story that is so familiar now after seeing it in our dream. Is
Do
there
any of
no
the rest
hope?
Do any of the rest of you have any kind of reaction to seeing this and recognizing it for what it is?
Well, there is hope. If I'm reading this right, it's saying that things are going to get bad, really bad, but there's hope right here, etched in stone, from us, from all of us together. There is hope. Thra will do what she needs to make it better.
We need to find that shard.
I agree. We do.
This was Thra speaking to us, through us, trying to help tell us what to do.
Gon just kind of looks it over and runs his hands along the etchings.
Well then, we should do as it says and avoid that destruction. And we will be the hope. That's what we'll do.
Pez agree, gone. Pez illiterate. No read.
Well, then we need to continue on. Onward to Draksha. We need to find the shard.
So, Kiva, you would know that this is the town of Draksha, or what remains of it.
I didn't realize we were in it. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and your character probably didn't even realize, because it's in such a state of overgrowth and disrepair. It's almost unrecognizable.
Okay. Is it dark now? What time of day is it? Has it gotten...
Again, it's almost like this eternal twilight. Almost like it's refusing to fully be day here.
Okay. Kiva's going to summon some of her dancing lights, and she's going to send one of each of the 4 little orbs in a different direction and kind of start looking around. And I think we're here. I think we're closer to this crystal than we thought we were. There is hope, guys. Come on. And she'll start kind of looking around to see if she can see something that looks like the pile that they saw in their dream melding that they were doing in their vision.
Excellent. Okay, so anybody who is joining in on this search, please roll an investigation. Because all of you saw this in the dream etchings, or all of the Gelflings saw this in the dream etchings. Sorry, Pez. You can have advantage on this roll.
I have a -1 to my investigation, so I feel like Pez is going to kind of sit off to the side, and just kind of bang on his pot lid.
Excellent.
Making a little tune.
Somewhere, I imagine, where his legs are dangling, so they can kind of...
Yetra is looking around. She's not very good with all this overgrowth and undergrowth and all that stuff. And then Pez starts banging on that pot/drum, and Yetra starts to kind of move along with the tune, and eventually she pulls out this stick that sounds kind of like rain falling, and she starts going along with Pez. Yeah, I rolled like a 3 and a 5 on the dice, so we will just not say.
We're Muppets. We make music. Come on.
Yeah. I stopped looking.
Hey, y'all, it's Dr. Teeth in the electric machine.
What do you want? My eyes are made out of plastic. So, Gon, Kiva, and Gita, the 3 of you managed to find a few things. The first of which, Kiva, searching around, you don't find the Shard of Division, but you find something else that you likely would recognize. If you would please roll 2d4 for me.
That's a 6.
Okay. Tucked away, kind of in a room that wasn't as collapsed as the rest of some of these structures, you find a wooden chest, and it's mostly falling apart and rotten. And inside of it, you find 6 jars of Everburn, which is a substance that is made from the guano of a bat-like creature that lives in Grotton caves, and when mixed correctly with other alchemical substances, forms a small grenade-like weapon.
Kiva will take the chest and carefully carry them out. Everyone, look at what I found. These will help us. They'll... If we throw them at things, they'll explode.
Yamabor, big loot.
Yes, absolutely, Pez. Big loot. Very big loot. She'll take one out and she'll hand it to him. And okay, I'm going to give you one, but you have to be so careful. You want to throw this at a bad guy.
Okay.
You've just made the worst decision. What did you just give him?
A grenade.
Essentially, a dark crystal grenade.
Exactly.
So
I'll pass one
anybody?
out to everybody
Excellent,
that
okay.
wants one.
And then there's an extra one as well.
Yeah, I'll hold on to that one.
Okay, so Kiva will have 2. Yeah, these are Everburn jars. So essentially they have a range of 60 feet. Anything in the area, whenever you toss it, is going to have to make a dexterity save at a DC of 15. Or they take 5d6 damage. Half on a success. I'll put that in the chat as we move on so you guys can have a place to copy it from. So Kiva has found those. In the meantime, Gon and Gita, the two of you find the rubble pile that has the shard of division inside it. And it takes you a moment, but almost at the exact same time, the two of you come to the conclusion that the position of this and the way that this is angled, it's almost like the dream etching on the wall of destiny could have been projected from this crystal in its current position. So what is it like whenever the two of you find this?
I feel like the two of us are probably like we both spot the pile of rubble at the same time, and then from like opposite ends we're kind of like pulling apart the rubble back and forth until finally the etching or the crystal itself kind of shows itself.
I never thought I'd ever see one. At least, not in person. I heard about it. These shards. But never seen them. If he can do stuff like that.
Pointing back to the etching.
I wonder what else.
And he kind of looks around the decimated area.
I wonder what else it's capable of.
There's so many crystals in Thra. I mean, even in the desert, they're everywhere. But this is different than any crystal I've ever seen. It's definitely feels different.
Do we get a sense, Jeremy, of like that sickening feel or like a disgusting feeling in your gut when you're near it?
So it's not so much like a nausea or like a sickening feeling in your stomach. It's almost like holding this gives you an immense feeling of like the overbearing pressure of expectation. Like this thing is tied to destiny itself. And just holding it, you can feel that kind of oppressive doubt probably even creeping in.
Gita, what are we going to do with this? How are we going to get it back? And what do we do with it after we find it? Are we going to destroy it?
For now, we just need to take it with us. I'm sure we'll learn more as we go. Again, Thra wants to be wants to be fixed. It doesn't like being out of balance.
It's true.
Yes.
Should I hold it or should you?
That's a dangerous question. Probably best that you hold it. You're more in tune with Thra than I am.
Well, and he kind of like straightens himself up, and you see that he's tall.
Well, if urPlo entrusts us with this, and you think that I can carry it, well, I will do just that.
And he will take the small shard. And how big is the shard, by the way? Is it like I have to carry this thing with two hands, or is it like I can put this into a bag and carry it around?
Yeah, it's the crystal from the movie, so it's dagger size.
It was Gelfling fist size.
It was Gelfling size. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so it's
probably
the
a
small
little bit
shard.
longer.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's pretty sharp.
Well, I'm not saying it was
small-ish.
Yeah.
Enough to fit into a bag, I guess.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
probably 5-6 inches.
Is it bigger than a baby's arm? Wait. Oh, I think that's the dirtiest thing we've said on stream all night. So
This is a wholesome channel.
It really isn't. It's Jeremy's. So so Pez nods and says, "Gone Yamabor, good. Gone, make Thra great again."
You're right. I will.
And in that moment, you actually like inspire him a little bit.
He's like, yes, I did have a vision about me taking on a great evil. So maybe this is my great evil that I'm supposed to take on.
And he will put the shard in his bag.
We should get to the Agra as soon as possible. If the Skesis know, or more of those Garthim come, they'll certainly be after something like this.
Someone other than Gone, please volunteer. Kiva, it's as Gone is making this proclamation that you notice kind of in the tops of where the roof of this building would have once been. It's now gone, collapsed in, overgrown with plant life, that you see movement. Something almost slithering amongst the vines and the upper branches, almost the way we would see a jaguar kind of stalking through the branches.
Guys, we've got something stalking us. We might want to kind of take a look around. And she'll pop. Is it obviously coming towards us? It's like it's obviously stalking us.
Right now, you've just kind of seen it moving, almost like it's circling kind of the area that you are in.
Okay. I don't know if there's more than one, but it's surrounding us. It's circling us. And she'll point off into the tree line.
Hey? Pez looks where she points. Do I see it?
And the wall stood for all to see.
Looking in that direction, you see a lithe creature stalk out of the branches and start to climb down towards you. Its elongated neck and limbs, giving it a feline grace. This creature comes down and rests on its haunches just in front of the Wall of Destiny.
I am the daughter of the suns, the guardian of that crystal. It is not yours to take, unless that crystal is a part of Thra. If you truly serve Thra, you can prove your worth.
How?
So, this creature is not going to peacefully give up this crystal unless you can pass the skill challenge. So, what I would like is each one of you to decide how it is that your character is going to prove their faith, their desire to heal Thra. I need 6 successes before you get 3 failures. The DC here is 16. Whenever you're ready.
I will start, if you don't mind. I begin by addressing this creature in all of its glory, using all sorts of manners of honorifics that I would just assume. Basically using persuasion to tell it the story of why we're here and why we were sent, and hopefully to persuade it that we are telling the truth.
Okay. So let's roll and find out how that goes.
Oh, that's a 28.
Did you roll a 20?
I rolled an 18.
Okay.
Oh.
Still fantastic. Okay. So, you go into elaborate detail.
Great oration.
Recounting everything that you have gone through since the gathering occurred, how you were set upon this path, and there's some embellishments, I'm sure.
Oh yes, and it's definitely accompanied with little pictures as I wave my hands around in the sky of the same things that were what I'm saying.
Beautiful. This creature sits in this, again, almost feline pose, where like the front paws are kind of crossed over one another, as it kind of just sits there in a very relaxed state. The head on the end of this thing's elongated neck, just kind of regarding you with a slight tilt from one side to the next as you tell your tale. It seems that they are pleased with what you have said, but isn't quite ready to relinquish the crystals yet.
Far have you come, Gelfling, but far yet you still must go. Are you worthy to carry the crystal of the division?
We're pretty okay.
All right. So far, you have 1 success. I need 5 more before we get 3 failures.
Kiva will step forward and look at the creature and, "Hi, I'm Kiva. I'm from the Groton clan. Um, so I think that we are absolutely worthy enough to carry your crystal. Um, and I can prove it to you because my patron, I'm very close with the sanctuary tree, and it blesses me with the ability to move in the dark better than a large number of creatures, and I can sneakily get wherever I need to go. So if the crystal's ever in danger or we need to make a quick escape, it'll be protected through shadow and stealth." She's basically going to, as she's saying these things, she's going to start moving towards some of the ruins of the different buildings, and then she's going to like stealth behind one of them and hide herself, and then she'll come out on a completely different side of the building or from behind like a ruined column or something, and then she'll go back in and she'll come out in a different location, and she's just going to show the creature that she can move around very quietly.
Excellent. So that sounds definitely like a stealth roll.
Kenya, Kiva, Uchi, Uchi, sneak.
What'd you
That is a 25.
25. Okay. You notice that you move in and amongst these rubble, this rubble and these ruins, and the entire time this creature, the daughter of the suns, doesn't lose sight of you. Seems to be able to see you with no trouble, but understands the point that you were making, the demonstration you were giving, and seems satisfied that perhaps maybe you could be the ones, but they are not yet fully convinced.
There are those of Thra who can see what is unseen. It will take more than clever stealth to keep you hidden. Are you worthy?
It's 2 successes.
Pez can eat anything.
So is this an intimidation?
No, this is him stating that he can eat anything, and that's his challenge.
Okay. Can you tie that to a skill for me?
I can do a Constitution check or save.
Sure, absolutely. Let's roll a Constitution check.
Okay. Do. Do. Doby-do. 17.
Excellent. Okay. So, Pez offers this declaration with confidence and pride. This creature kind of bends its long neck downward to study Pez for a moment and doesn't seem to respond emotionally on its face at all, but seems to take that as perhaps a worthy attribute after all.
your journey will have much that needs to be stomached. So perhaps, pondering, this will yet prove useful. But are you worthy?
We're pretty okay.
That is 3 successes so far.
Part of what Geeta was looking for as we were walking around the village was not only the shard, but also for the gathering the bones that you had described that we had seen whenever we first came in. And so she will have already had a couple of some of those gathered. And so she's going to go kind of to the clearing in front of the creature and lay those bones out in front of her and start performing a one of the death rituals that the Dousan are known for. And what I'd like to do is a performance check. And instead of doing words, the Dousan have a language that they speak just using their hands. And so that's part of her performance. It's not quite interpreted dance, but it might end up looking like that to everybody else. And so that's what she's going to do. So
Excellent. All right, let's get that roll.
hopefully my dice behave themselves. Oh, off the table.
It's a game.
Can I use a point of inspiration to re-roll that?
You can. Each of you had earned one, so yes.
Yep. That's better. Okay. That's going to be a dirty 20.
Okay. It's another success for 4 total so far. This daughter of the suns watches again emotionlessly, consuming your performance with kind of just almost a disconnected interest. And when you have finished, she lowers her head just ever so slightly, and she says,
Honoring those who have come before you is good. There will be many more who will meet the same fate. Knowing the rites of passage will serve you. But are you worthy?
Geeta will kind of, having finished the actual ritual, will kind of bow her head somewhat towards the creature and kind of back away to the side.
At this point, I'm pretty sure her vision, the creature's vision, sort of emanates toward Gone because he's the last one who hasn't. And looking at, he doesn't look nervous. He's actually quite serene in this moment. He looks at this creature, thinking that you would think that he might be scared or cautious, because he's been very cautious and timid up until this point, but he's very serene in this moment.
You would ask us to heal this world, wouldn't you? I want to heal Thra too. I promise you I can do that.
And from in his pocket, he pulls a couple of seeds. And so I want to do 2 things, Jeremy. One, I'd like to use a cantrip and also roll a skill check. The skill check I want to use is either, you can choose for me, either medicine or nature. I can do either. But the idea is I want to heal the ground that has been burned and scorched and decimated by this darkening, essentially. And how I want to do that is by planting some seeds and then watching them sprout using the druid craft.
Okay, excellent. So yeah, let's go with nature in this case.
Okay, yeah. Okay, good. That is a 16 on the die, so that is so 19 all up.
All right, that is your 5th success. So you plant these seeds and coax them into growing using your gifts as a druid. And again, this creature watches with... it's hard to tell. It's not disinterest. It doesn't look away. It's just not... I don't know. It's unemotional. Watches you do this. And then looks to you and says...
Much of Thra has already been lost. The crystal darkens with the passing of every day. So too does Thra itself. The two are tied together. If you heal Thra, you may also heal the crystal. But are you worthy?
You have
So
5 successes. You need 1 more. Sorry.
So I think this entire time after kind of the introduction and then watching everyone, Yetra has been watching this creature quite intensively, trying to figure out what is it that they're missing, what is it that she's wanting. And I'd like to use perception to maybe see if like she's hiding something and I find it. And that would be like the last test.
Okay, excellent.
Ooh, that's a 10 on the die, but it's a 17.
Okay. You peer around the area and observe this creature as it interacts with the rest of your party. And you can see that this creature is wounded. It hides it well, but you can see scarring that hasn't healed properly and wounds that may be festering with this kind of same purple energy that you've seen from the creatures in that Gita has seen in the plants of this forest.
You are injured. It is affecting you too.
This forest is angry. It fights with those who would have its best interests at heart.
Angry, hurt, make Raji. Want heal.
Yeah, I feel like there was that moment of pause just to see if we had proven ourselves, and then gone, if being directed,
would say, I've got something for that. I can heal you.
Approach, Gelfling.
And it kind of like doesn't roll over, but kind of lifts its arm to kind of expose this these wounds kind of to you, gone.
Yeah.
And effectively, you guys have passed the skill challenge, but I'm going to let it go out with this particular spell that you're casting.
So I need to? Well, I guess my question is, do I need to cast a spell, or can I use like a medicine check?
No, you can do a medicine check. That's fine.
Okay. Because like I'd like to, rather than use up spells, I'd rather take out some of the sog sap, the sog sap salve that I have, and he'd hold his hands up.
I don't mean harm. I promise. And
he would begin to rub the salve into the wound.
This is from the sog itself, from the waters of the river, and from the very trees that grow there. Thra giving back to Thra.
The creature kind of just considers you as you do this work. Again, not responding with any kind of emotion at all on its face. Eventually, your salve is placed, and the Daughter of the Suns says,
You have shown yourselves worthy. You are now protectors of the shard of the division and are charged with healing Thra.
The creature then turns and slinks her way back into the trees, leaving you to your own devices.
That was something, wasn't it? I thought certainly we were a goner, but we proved ourselves.
Thra knew what she was doing when she sent us on this mission.
Naya, by Chan, you got this.
But we are not done yet. We must continue. We must take it to Ogra.
The prophecy is not for us to heal the crystal, just to take it to someone who can protect it until the one who can is ready. We must take it to Ogra.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go.
The five of you leave the village of Draksha behind you, as well as the Wall of Destiny. And the wall stood for all to see. You make your way north, back out of the dark wood through the rest of the lands of the Stonewood clan before you realize how far this journey might take you. You were told to seek out Aughra atop the highest hill between Stone in the Wood, and the mountains of the Grotton, which Kiva can tell you is many, many miles from here. Gita, whenever you returned to your skimmer, you found that it had left. There was signs of battle being done, essentially, of attacks. You see some of the skimmer's blood spattered and scattered on some of the trees and the ground, and you can see it, though it is some distance away, gliding its way back towards the crystal desert.
Okay.
Go
Being
on.
able to,
Go ahead.
sorry,
Go ahead.
being able to see it, she would, can't remember the term for it, I just lost it, but she would just zap it, back to the spirit realm, so to speak, if possible.
Certainly. All of you can watch as this thing, distant as it is, you can still see by its kind of signature movement through the air. All of a sudden, it just kind of like turns into sand and blows away on the wind.
Is it dead?
No, it's not dead. It will be able to heal so that it can help again when needed.
Oh,
Gone. Near the edge of the forest here, you have noticed a small wandering herd of landstriders nearby.
That's how we get there. Landstriders. They'd be the fastest outside of skimmers. If we can get to them, that'd be a way to get to Aughra.
Yeah, if there's a way, Jeremy, are we within earshot? Are we within, like, am I close enough range to these things to maybe draw attention? Or
Certainly, if you call out or whistle or play an instrument of some kind.
Yeah. So he, growing up as a Drenchen, he was not. These are more Sprighton usage creatures. They're more plains animals. So he isn't as familiar, but he does know the sound of their footsteps. He does know at least the sound of them as creatures. And so I think what he would attempt to do is to call to them and hopefully draw the herd toward them in their own sound. So he would, let me see, kind of puts his hand on the twig that holds his cloak together and
Excellent. Roll me a animal handling check, please. And you can have advantage.
that's going to be a total of 18.
Okay. So the rest of you watch or listen as Gon makes this bizarre noise kind of in his throat, and it projects amazingly across kind of the thinned out portion of the dark wood. And within moments, this herd of Landstriders has turned their attention towards your location and have started kind of their lumbering gait, coming directly to you.
Kiva will take more of her moss out of her bag and hold it out to the creatures as they start to get closer and offer it to them. And, well, here, everyone loves glow moss. And she'll start to try to feed it to them to kind of get them to be more friendly with us.
Several of them that have approached you, Kiva, extend these unseen, like proboscis-like tongues, these incredibly long, kind of unfurling tongues from beneath this kind of mouth of whiskers that allow them basically to reach the ground from where they stand on these incredibly long legs, and are able to nimbly grab the moss that you offer and kind of curl back up, feeding it to an unseen mouth somewhere beneath.
They I envision they would take it, and as their tongues touch it, because it is glow moss, you can almost see the glowing color kind of travel up their tongues, and as it gets up into their faces kind of glow a little bit as they eat it.
Okay. Is there anything that anybody else wants to say or do before we cut to the montage of Landstrider action across the open land?
How many Landstriders are there currently?
Why, I'm happy that you asked, in that Tamiko confirmed there are in fact 4.
4. Okay. Thank you. Because I was going to say, I am playing a druid and I haven't wild shaped all day. So I could, if need be.
So then let's say that there are in fact 3. Or one of them is too small to carry a rider. We'll say that.
So yeah, I will do that. Just because I want to, because I've never done that ever. This is fun. Yeah. He will look to Pez. Pez. Not that one. He looking to the child-like size Landstrider that is probably like hovering underneath the legs of one of them.
Yeah, pot?
It'll keep up, but it'll be too slow. You'll need something better.
And he'll pull that twig from his cloak, and the cloak kind of just...
Hey, Aduma small, Pez small.
I know. But the legs are longer. Abada lala.
And he will then begin to play a note on this twig. You realize that this twig is actually a flute. And he kind of gives this odd, almost, how do I put it? It's, remind me what the instrument from the like Aborigine play, the really long
Didgeridoo.
The didgeridoo. It has a didgeridoo sound coming out of a very small flute. And then you notice that Gon's appearance is changing ever so slightly as he plays this, and then he grows larger and larger, and his limbs grow larger, and eventually becomes the Landstrider.
Podling eyes get bigger and bigger and bigger as this happens, and ends with like you know,
Aichiwa!
And what is it? And Pez gets on up.
Yeah, he'll bend the head down really low, kind of like people who try to ride giraffes or elephants, and then wait for you to get up on, and then lift his head back up.
Excellent. We then see the 4 Landstriders doing their gait across the open land and into the hills that separate Stone in the Wood from the Garthim lands. Soon we can see on top a hill, almost off of its side, is this enormous dome, this strange building that you think must be where your destination lies. Eventually, they're able to pick their way kind of up the elevation through these hills, climbing higher and higher, until finally you can see you are approaching this strange building. As you do so, there is a strange, gnarled, twisted, dark creature that emerges from the doorway. And you can see that this must be Aughra. She's as wide as she is tall. She seems to have only one eye, though perhaps maybe a second in her forehead. She hobbles around like an old woman, and that eye, wide, kind of amongst the wrinkled, drooping face that she has, is fixed on the group of you as you ride up. And as you approach, she calls to you, Gelfling? Here? Why have you come?
Aminia Aughra.
Yes, I am Aughra. Who are you?
Pez. Squire urPlo.
She kind of shambles over to you, Pez, and kind of like lowers herself down, which seems to be done with enormous effort. You can hear the popping of, you guess, bones. She kind of reaches into her robes and pulls her eye out of its socket and then extends it downward towards you. Didn't expect a podling? Very unusual. But I suppose maybe that will do. Maybe. She kind of stands back up again with great effort.
Order. Squire. Master urPlo.
And I point to my Landstrider and say, "Gone!
Heal Thra."
Upon introduction,
please save my voice.
You see the Landstrider bend the head down, kind of into this hovel, right? And as the head bends down, the transition happens.
Hello. I'm sorry. I couldn't fit if I didn't change.
That's old magic you have. Very old magic. Yes. Yes. Could be helpful, maybe. Maybe. Who are the rest of you? Why have you come?
Kiva will extend her wings and flutter down to the ground from the top of her landstrider. And I'm Kiva. Um, we've been assigned to protect the crystal, and we brought the shard. We were told we had to bring it to you.
You can see this eye that is already open, impossibly large, opens even further. Oh! Oh! The crystal! Oh! I see! It's at that moment that you realize that Aughra is not here at her home alone. Another creature has appeared in the doorway behind her. This creature, much taller than any of you, not quite as tall as one of the Landstriders, but stooped, similarly to Aughra. And you realize that this is one of the Skesis. This creature meanders its way out of Aughra's home, its neck kind of bobbing up and down as it walks, and it steeples its fingers, these long, spindly, clawed talons that end its hands. It approaches the conversation that is happening between all of you.
I see Gelfling. Why do Gelfling come to see Aughra?
Aughra does not
that
reply.
Yeah, I think that Gone would react to that, especially. Is this Skesis physically in the room with us?
So you are still kind of outside of
Okay.
Aughra's building, her house, and it has just emerged behind Aughra.
Why is that thing with you, Aughra?
Thing? Thing? I am no thing. I am Skesis, the exile, if you must know.
Gone is just defensive, though. He heard you say exile, but he doesn't care. Like, he's completely defensive.
Can I roll an insight on whether he really is an exile or is he lying to us?
I was going to ask something similar. Yeah. Would we have heard of
Sure.
him?
Yeah,
all?
any of you that wish may roll an insight. Anybody who is trying to determine if you have heard about him, you can roll a history check. This one would probably be at disadvantage.
Skexy! Papolim!
The history is
No.
at disadvantage or the deception's at disadvantage? Or the insight's at disadvantage?
Just the history check.
Okay.
Oh,
I got a 23 on the insight check.
I got an 8 on my history check because I got a crit 20 and a 7.
Oh. Okay. So, Yetra and Gita, the two of you, you don't think that this creature is lying about being in exile necessarily. Gone, you have this same information. But there's definitely something else going on. Gita, you would know that perhaps it's just some kind of intuition you have, but Gon's instinct kind of seems to be right. There is something amiss, and this Skesis is working angles already. The Skesis is after something in this situation.
Gita will say, don't trust him. There's something, exile or no, he's not right.
Not right? Why would you say such harmful things about Skesis? I have not done anything to you.
Skesis Papolim crazy.
Crazy? No, not crazy. The Skesis wants to destroy all of Thra. And they will if they have their way. They are poisoning the land so that they may stay young, fight the ravages of time.
What do you want?
Me? Skesis wants nothing. He lies.
Yeah.
Sorry, he lies.
Yeah, very much lies. I could tell that without even rolling.
Gone.
Listen here, you blasphemous bird.
Yeah, as you speak to him, he starts to sidle closer to you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, he will, in response,
I don't know what you know, but I know not to trust a Skesis, no matter if he's in exile or not. So,
he looks to Algra.
you're not scared that he's here?
No. Why? Why should I be? He couldn't hurt me.
Well, then I'll make sure he won't hurt you. You listen here. I don't know what you want, but I certainly won't let you have it.
As he approaches you, Dawn, his natural stoop is almost enough that his beak is kind of just at your head's level. And he looks down and leans just a little, maybe just a little too close towards you.
I heard you say you had a crystal. Do you possess the shard of the division? Give it to me. I will take it from you. I will heal the crystal. I will heal Thra. Give the shard to me, Gelfling.
That's a big fat nope. It's a big fat nopey nope. And I don't even have to be in character to do that. Let's. Do I need to? What do I need to do? Do I need to roll initiative if I want to pop this thing and then beak, or no?
Yeah. If
Okay.
you're ready to rock and roll, then go for it.
I think what I will say to him is, a great many Gelfling have died because of creatures like you. Or they're enslaved. Or if in my case, all they are meant to do is to go to that castle and die as your servants. I won't have it. Not today. And he'll take his club and he'll pop him right in the nose.
All right. Make your attack. You can have advantage.
Okay. Thank goodness for advantage. All right, that's not bad. It hopefully will hit. That'll be a... Ooh, and I don't have... Can I use a bonus action in that moment to cast Shillelagh before I swing?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. So then with Shillelagh, it'll put it up to a 17 then to hit.
That will connect. So roll your damage.
It'll be a big fat 8 damage on the first swing.
Okay. 8. All right. You swing this club up a short distance and connect with the bottom of this Skesis' frail-looking jaw, this lower beak, and you hear it clatter, its teeth kind of ringing together, and it reels backwards with kind of this kind of noise as you do so. And it looks back at you with this fire in its eyes, and it says,
"Then I will take it from your sniveling corpse."
Okay. So, we are going to roll with the same initiative that we rolled earlier, just to save on time. Yetra, that puts you up first.
Yetra is quickly she had already had the Furka was coming out as the Skesis was coming close to Gon, and she started singing a tune. And so as soon as Gon has struck the Skesis, this little tune kind of finishes, and she reaches out and touches Gon, Gita, and Kiva, casting heroism. So each of them is imbued with bravery. Until the spell ends, the creature is immune to being frightened, and they will gain temporary hit points of 4 at the start of each of their turns. And then when the spell ends, it's going to last for as long as I can concentrate and up to a minute. Any remaining temporary hit points at that point will go away once the spell is over. So I cast that at 3rd level so that I could do all 3 of them. And that was my action. As a bonus action, I turned to Pez, the podling, and cheerio, mate, kind of thing. I give him a inspiration die. D8.
Excellent.
You spoke to him in pure podling.
I did. It's the one word I knew.
Perfect. Okay. That was Yetra. That brings us to Kiva.
Let's see. Okay, Kiva is going to she's going to reach up into her hair and she's going to kind of move her fingers around really quick inside of it, and she's actually going to pull out a teeny tiny little bug. And she's going to take this bug and she's going to toss it at the Skesis, and she's going to create infestation, and it creates a cloud of mites, fleas, and other parasites that momentarily appear on one creature I can see within range. So she's going to infest him with all kinds of nasty little tentacled bugs and stuff and flying creatures, and um, he needs to roll a Constitution saving throw or it takes damage.
Okay, what is your DC?
And the DC is 14.
He failed miserably.
Wonderful, I like that. So she throws this bug at him, and it just splits into millions of other little bugs, and there's the swarming of these beetles and everything around him. And he will take 5th level is 2d6 damage. Okay, it's 4 poison damage.
Once again, he kind of reels backwards, kind of like flailing his long arms around the ruffles and things of his clothing, kind of flitting about as he does so.
And then she'll just kind of hold her position and wait.
Okay, so that was Kiva gone. It is your turn.
Gone will, for the moment, I think he will use, I think what I'm going to do here is use one of my 3rd level spells because I want to. Seeing that that this creature is in front of him, I'm wondering if I can. Is he like right in front of me though? To the point where.
Yeah, I mean, like he took like a half step. He looked like he took like a half step back from you. Whenever you clocked him, but essentially he's still engaged with you.
Okay. How big is this room?
You're still outside.
We're still outside, okay. Mm-hmm. But is he outside or is he inside?
Yes. He's just outside. Well, I mean, he was just outside of the doorway, but he actually closed with you. So I don't know.
Okay, so he came outside. Okay,
feet.
Perfect.
Yeah, he's fully outside.
So as soon as he comes outside, then I kind of feel like I'm backing away to kind of coax him inward or outward, rather. I am going to use Call Lightning. And I feel like in that moment, whatever puddles, whatever places that he can grasp on this mountain, whatever snow he can grab around this mountain, it evaporates into water, moisture, and his hand begins to grow a small ball of water, and then he throws that ball of water up into the air, and the clouds, if they were already murky, begin to rumble with thunder, and a localized kind of storm cloud comes over the is it, help me remember how to pronounce it because I can't remember. Is the augury? Is it the augury? Yeah, Ori. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So right now it is just her her observatory. This is actually going to be before the orrery was actually installed.
Okay. The observatory, yep. So around the observatory, he will cast this spell, and the clouds will come, and a bolt of lightning will strike down on this creature.
Okay.
I just want to make sure. Yep. Okay. Each creature within 5 feet of that point must make a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save at what DC?
DC 14.
Ooh, he beat that.
Okay.
19.
Okay. And yeah. All right. It says a creature takes 3d10 lightning damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. So
Right.
I will roll the 3d10 and let you know what half of that is. So 14 halved is 7. So he'll take 7 lightning damage as this bolt just comes down from the sky.
You will not have Thra.
So, Chad, do me a favor real quick. Roll percentile.
Yeah, sure.
You just said some fear words to Chad. I'm just saying.
26.
26.
Percentile dice for the record. Not my best.
So, you cast your spell, and you notice that when the lightning streaks downward from the sky, it does not strike Skesis first, not directly. It actually strikes your bag. And the second bolt that jumps from your bag to Skesis is laced with purple glowing energy.
Oh, no.
So he is going to take the full 14. You can feel like a radiating hum coming from your bag, and when you look down, there is a burned, singed hole in the side of your bag, and you can see that the crystal you had placed inside there is glowing with purple light. Okay.
Awesome.
So that was gone. Skesis is going to take a legendary action. He pulls from beneath his robes this device and extends it outward with kind of this snapping, metallic kind of and you realize that he is wielding a weapon. This weapon is a polearm, a pike, and nestled in the back side of the blade is a crystal of its own, wrapped in this crude, beautiful to some, maybe garish style metalwork. As he produces this weapon, he holds it aloft above his head with his hands, and that same purple energy flows kind of out of the crystal of this pike and begins to emanate out away from him. Who was the nearest to the Landstriders, to the mounts that you arrived on? Who would still be close to them?
I mean, I'm kind of still there. I was standing. Well, I was standing. My Landstrider turned into a Gon. So.
True.
I don't know how that works.
Okay. So it sounds like maybe Pez and Gon and the Landstriders behind them. I need you to make wisdom saving throws, please.
Me and Gon?
Yes.
Okay. Stop! That was so close! That was almost an 18, but it is a 2, which makes it a 3. I will go ahead and use my inspiration to re-roll that.
Okay.
Even though my wisdom's not great, but I can probably do better. 5. It's 5. I have a 5.
Okay. So, If you failed, the full damage from this is 22 points of psychic damage. As you can feel your mind bent forcibly, almost, and as your eyes turn a shining purple color.
No, Jeremy!
As you view these Gelflings as your enemies. This Skesis is your master, and you must protect him. You feel the same about Skesis as you have for so long about urPlo.
Oh no!
Furthermore, gone. You notice this about Pez. You shied away from the worst of this damage. But you also see the Landstriders behind him, have also turned a dark purple color.
What have you done?
I am Skesis. I have told you. I will take the crystal.
Guess whose turn it is next? Pez.
It's me! Pez.
Oh no!
Pez turns to face Gon, who's closest to him. It says, Skesis! Justika! And he pulls out his pan. And he rushes towards you. Bonus action, Raji.
Full on Raji.
Full on Raji. Bonus action, Raji. Reckless.
Ooh, okay. Who are you going after?
I'm going after Gon. Gon, GTFO.
Ooh,
Change into something. Do something. Okay. Okay. So I'll be rolling at advantage. That's a 16, and the second roll. Oh, I might miss you. Maybe not. Is a 19.
Okay, so the 16 is my AC, with the shield, and the 19 would definitely beat it. But I'm going, if Jeremy will allow it, I'm going to negate the 16 by using a bonus action to Misty Step from that first strike.
So technically you can't bonus action outside of your turn.
Oh, okay. So it had to be on my turn.
Reactions.
Okay.
Reactions.
It would count as a reaction, not a. Okay, gotcha. Okay, no worries. So yeah, no, I'm taking both.
That's it. All that did though was it gave me advantage. It doesn't add any extra damage or anything. And I'm sorry, Chad. I love you.
It's okay. Do what you gotta do.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So that's 4 plus 2, 6. But I remembered I have a second attack, and I'm gonna do that now.
Have a second attack? Wait, those two were okay.
That was me rolling.
That was one
advantage. That's a 21, so I think I'm gonna hit you.
Yep.
And then that's a 6. So yeah, I'm gonna hit you again. The pan flies over Pez's head as he hits you again with El Kabong Bong for 16 slashing damage.
Oh my god.
Don't forget you had those temp points.
That is fine. I will take those temp points, but those temp points are gonna be gone.
It's Jeremy's fault.
So the temp points put me up to 38, and then I took another 16, right? So.
Yep, and when y'all start hitting me back, my AC is 15, just FYI.
So
14.
You got this.
Okay. Minus 16. Okay, so 20. Okay, dang. Yeah, those definitely leave leave some bruises on his face as the pan just goes ding ding and knocks him backwards. Kind of unexpecting how hard this little podling is hitting.
Meanwhile,
friend.
Meanwhile, behind Pez, Skesis glares gleefully at you, Gone, as this podling just waylays you. Okay. It is Gita's turn. Oh, I'm sorry. At the end of your turn, Pez, please repeat your saving throw. It is a wisdom.
Wisdom?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm best at? No. It's,
Barbarians
it's not
are-
that bad.
Don't forget you have that inspiration die.
Okay. Yeah. So I rolled a 10. How much is your die? An 8?
Yeah, it's a D8.
That could do something. I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that. Okay. Rolling a 1d8. No, roll it, please. 6. So that would make it a 16.
You needed a 15 to pass. So, how does Yatra's inspiration make the difference in bringing Pez back around?
Pez is remembering the wise words that Yatra spoke in perfect podling, and it just resonates in him, and he just kind of blinks and looks at Gone and has that holy balls, what did I just do moment, and like does the Muppet mouth. Oh! Yeah,
Excellent.
that's it.
Perfect. Okay, so Gita, now it is your turn.
So I don't know where. I'm so used to playing tabletop and not having a grid is messing with me.
Sure.
I'm not sure where I'm at in position to everybody else,
So-
and specifically in position to the Skesis.
So effectively, this clearing is small enough that all of you are within a single movement of one another.
Okay. Gita wants to try to make sure that the Skesis can't get a hold of the crystal by attacking him. And I get 2 attacks per round. So, and I'm also divine smiting if I manage to hit him. So, with the rapier, son of a bitch. Sorry, bad language.
You guys see where
That's
I get
a
it
12.
from?
Yeah, that's a big whopping 12 for the first one.
No. Your rapier kind of thrusts forward
Yeah.
and gets lost in the folds of this thing's multitude of robes.
Yeah. This is my curse, y'all. Like, my dice always hate me.
Did you use your inspiration die from
I
Jeremy?
did already.
Oh.
Yeah, I used it earlier. So unfortunately, that's not available. It's going to be an 11. So,
Unfortunately, the same reaction.
Yeah.
You stab plenty deep enough into this creature, but you're realizing that its form, its actual body, does not comprise anywhere near the amount of bulk that this creature seems to have. Okay.
I don't think there's anything else I can do. I can't also cast a spell because that's a full action. So,
Unless you have a bonus action spell. I think I might have taken 1 or 2 of them, but I don't recall what they are off the top of my head.
Yeah, me neither. So, I don't know what. Sorry. All right, I'll look at that real quick, but
okay.
I don't know if you're okay with just interjecting once if I find it, so that way we don't.
Yeah, we can come back to it. That's fine. Okay. So Gita tries to lunge at this Skesis twice, but is not able to find where its actual body is lost amongst its folds and robes. It is now Skektus's turn. He turns towards you, Gone, regarding you once again with this sharp glare. And is going to reach out the crystal on the end of that pike towards you. And is going there's like a black laced with purple tendril that kind of snakes out of this crystal in your direction. What is your armor class, Gone?
With my shield, it's a 16.
Okay. This tendril reaches out towards you, almost latching onto your face. And as it gets near you, you manage to swipe it aside with your shield and keep it from making contact with you. Skektus then, once again, kind of lets out this shrill "Ah!" and then wields around the pike, trying to attack you with it. Missing you a second time with his attack. And the third, once again, only because of your shield, glancing away and instead colliding with the stone, where it makes sparks in this kind of ringing ching, 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 ching kind of noise. Okay. That is the end of the round. We are back to the top with Yetra. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Before we get back to Yetra, I forgot. The Landstriders. You all notice now that these creatures that you used to ride here, their fur appears darker, a blackish gray color now, and you can see the purple sheen in their eyes as they seem to become crazed and turn on all of you. All right, so one of them is coming to Yetra, one of them is coming to Gita. There are three of them, so one of them is coming to Pez. They ride forward and rear up on their back legs, bringing down their hooves as they attempt to trample each one of you. The first against Yetra, missing you with an 11, I'm sure. The second attempts to come at Gita, missing you, I'm sure, with an 8. The third attempting to trample Pez with its hooves.
Still thinks I'm a good guy. What?
Maybe
Oh,
not.
that's true. That's
It's
true.
Landstorm.
That's true. It was under the impression that you were one of its allies. So unfortunately, Kenya, Tamiko just threw you under the bus. It's going to be at Kiva instead, literally under the bus here, as this Landstrider on its trample roll just rolled a 20.
Jeremy,
So-
be careful. This is the first time I've ever played with Kenya, and I want her to like me, okay?
Well, Mabel. All right. So, you, unfortunately, Kiva, are going to take... Oh, it's a critical. Oh my god. Okay, so... What is that? 11, 15, 16. You're going to take 31 points of bludgeoning damage from this thing. And you need to make a strength save.
Holy crap. Okay.
It can't. You're not 0, right?
I thank goodness for 4 temp hit points because I have 31 hit point or 33 hit points. So he would have missed me by just 2. So I'm at like 4 points or something now. He literally almost one-shot me. And I got a 7 on my strength save.
Okay. So
But
this,
I have my inspiration. Can I re-roll it?
it would be a good idea.
Okay. I'm going to use my inspiration to re-roll it.
Do you still have a bardic inspiration? Did you get one?
I don't think I got one of those. 14.
Oh, that's exactly what you needed. Okay. So this Landstrider rides over to Kiva and tramples you beneath its hooves, and you almost fall to the ground beneath the extreme weight of this spindly creature's legs. But you manage to move out of the way at the last moment and maintain your footing.
Okay. I'm at 6 hit points.
Okay. So now we are back to the top of the round. Yetra.
Oh, Yatra's Furka is going is still playing this melody, and it's getting more frantic and loud and fast, and eventually all of a sudden centered around the Skesis in such a way that only it is in this 10-foot radius circle. Hopefully that can happen, because I think it's got a pike, right? So it's reaching.
Yeah, it has reach.
Okay, so what's happening is I'm casting Shatter on him. So he needs to make a con saving throw, DC 15.
Constitution. Okay, he passed with a 17.
Oh! Okay,
Yeah.
so he takes half damage.
Okay.
Oh, those are really bad rolls. Okay.
That sucks because Skeksis are like herpy chickens.
I
Like, how
know.
do they have good cons?
He doesn't.
Sorry.
He rolled well.
Silly thing. So that's an 11 because I rolled really poorly on damage. So he
So he'll
takes
take
half of
that?
11.
Okay, so he takes
Yeah, and
6.
it's thunder damage, if that matters.
Thunder. Lightning. It will not make a difference.
Okay, so that was action. There was a good question in the chat. All the riding on the Landstriders, etc. Does that count as a short rest?
It would have counted as a
Or is
long
it-
rest. You guys would have traveled for quite a while.
Oh, as a long rest. Okay.
Oh,
sweet.
That's even better. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I should have.
Take note. Take note of your damage. Then hit your button and then redo
Yeah,
it.
there you go. Yeah, remember how far
Holy
down you are.
So I get that back, and I'd have that back. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so then I have a bonus action left that I can use to, as I yell out to poor Kiva, who's barely not on the ground. Words to keep her, I don't know, fighting with everything in her. So you have an inspiration die. I'm not going to let you die on this here. And don't forget, at the beginning of each of your turns, you get an additional 4 hit points. So that's still going as long as I can keep it going. That is my turn.
Okay, that was Yetra. It is now Kiva's turn. You're muted, Kenya.
Kiva's barely keeping up from underneath this creature that's attacking her, and she's going to grab her seed that's on the chain around her neck, and she's going to Thra, protect me. and she's going, all of a sudden everyone's going to feel the ground starting to shake, and there's going to be this like rumbling, cracking sound as the ground starts to split open and blackness starts to pour up from underground in this big 20-foot radius around her. And as it's starting to fill up, you can just start to see vines of all kinds, roots, everything coming up out of it. And I'm going to cast Hunger of Hadar on top of myself because I did not start my turn there, so I don't take the damage for it, but it causes magical blackness, which makes the creature blind. So as soon as I do that, I am going to book it out of dodge and try to like fly away 30 feet up into the air and get out of the reach of this creature and get away from it as far as I can.
Excellent. Okay. So you cast this eruption of roots and vines and things, and they're all kind of lashing at and whipping at this darkened land strider as it kind of stomps and fights against these things, giving you enough time so that you can take to the air and put some distance between you and this danger. Okay, is that
it takes damage on the start of its turn? Yeah, that's the end of my turn. It takes damage on the start of its turn.
Okay, if you could remind me whenever we get to that point. Okay, so Kiva takes to the sky. Skesis is going to take another legendary action. He is going to look towards... Bless you, Jamie. He looks towards you, Yetra. I need you... Oh, no. What is your armor class?
Currently, it is 15.
Okay. Well, then a 25 is certainly going to connect.
Ow.
You see that same blackish purple tendril emit from the crystal of its pike. It lashes forwards and attaches itself. Oh. What you got?
Can I counterspell this?
Yes.
Is
Okay.
this a counterspellable thing?
It's not 100% a spell, but I like that. So let's see if it's going to pan out.
Okay.
You have to,
Rule of cool for the win.
Absolutely. You have to roll something, right, if it's beyond a certain level?
So, the way it works is if it's casting a spell of 4th level or higher, I have to make an ability check using my spellcasting ability, and the DC would be 10 plus the spell's level.
Perfect. So since we're kind of stretching the rules a little bit here, I would like to have this come down to a roll. So go ahead and roll that up for me, and we'll see if this works or not.
Okay. 18.
Yeah.
Okay. So describe to me what it looks like as this tendril snakes its way over towards Yetra, but you manage to stop it.
Kiva, as she's getting ready to counterspell, she kind of holds out her hand and she throws another seed because that's what she does. She pulls seeds off of herself everywhere, and she throws it out, and it intercepts the black tendril. And as the black tendril hits it, the seed explodes into thousands of little white and pink blossoms that kind of just power everywhere, and they absorb all of the magic that was about to hit her.
Absolutely. And as that happens, almost like this tendril becomes like a multi-headed hydra, all of these separate tendrils lash out towards each of these petals, and each one that they touch, these petals instantaneously turn from pink into a wilted black color before floating to the ground almost like ash. But Yetra is unscathed. Okay, that was at the end of Kiva's turn, so Gone, it is your turn.
Okay, I need to smash this fool a little bit. So my thought process: how's everybody looking as far as health points? Like, should I do some healing? Should I do
Kiva's
some
rough.
attacks?
I think everyone else is above half.
Above half. Okay.
Does that sound correct?
Yep. I just need to take this dude and smash him, though. I think so. I'm gonna do. Yep. I'm gonna use Thunder Wave. I'm gonna use a. Yep. So essentially, he's gonna line it up so that Gone is kind of in the direction of the Skesis, and that nothing none of his party will get in the way. And then he will aim that, and kind of very similarly to now that there is that storm out there, which I believe Call Lightning will last as long as I don't. Actually, Call Lightning will probably do more damage, and I think it's still lasting as long as it's concentration up for up to 10 minutes. So yeah, I could drop another Call Lightning down on him and attempt to use that. So
certainly,
I feel like that would be more beneficial.
When you took that big bout of damage, was that after or before you cast the spell? Do you remember?
Ooh.
Does anybody remember?
That was after. I don't think I rolled a concentration for that.
So let's do that. I don't remember how much it was that you took, but we'll set it at a DC of 10. That's fine. So it's just a constitution.
Concentration. I rolled an exact 10.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So you managed to maintain your spell through that. So yes, the Call Lightning is still available.
Yep. So rather than casting another spell, because it has the most damage, I'm going to try and bring another bolt down on this creature. Also, because now we're outside and it is storming conditions, it gains an additional D10.
Nice. Okay. Does he need another saving throw?
He would need another saving throw, yeah.
Okay. It's dexterity?
Dexterity saving throw.
You got a 12.
Okay.
Does that fail? I think it's a fail.
12 fails, yeah. So
okay.
He will take a total of 21 points of lightning damage as this second arc comes down. And I think at this point, Gone's eyes have now kind of gone, instead of black, they've gone like a bright white, almost emanating the lightning. And he, even though he's been smacked around by Pez, he's got like the bruise marks on his cheeks. You will not win. And he's just like flinging lightning, almost as if he's using his hands and his shield, and he's just throwing the lightning at this Skesis.
Give me another percentage roll, please, Chad.
Okay. Oh, buddy. I'm so scared for this. 34.
Once again, your lightning bolt does not strike Skesis initially. It goes to the crystal once again before leaping to him. You dealt 24 points total?
24 points total, because I believe 24 points.
He takes 48 points.
Okay, then.
Well, that
sounds,
is a crap ton of damage.
That sounds like I just fried that chicken. I'm okay with that.
I sure am glad we gave him that there crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the crystal seems to be almost behaving as a conduit. Your magic seems to be able to filter itself through this crystal. And whenever that happens, this creature seems to it seems to royally hurt him, mess him up bad. Once again, he wails, "Ah!" like at the top of his lungs, kind of recoiling from this extremely painful purple lightning that is ripping through his body. But he is still alive. Gone.
Yeah, Gone is just standing there in defiance, hoping that he does enough damage to this thing.
As Gone's lightning dances across the pike and up the arms and across the body of Skesis. Pez, now free from the Skexis's control, you are free to act.
Pez does the incredibly fast Muppet head shake, and when he stops, his eyes, the purple evaporates from his eyes, and he looks at the Skeksis, and he says, Aminya Kiva Justika! And he reaches into a pocket and pulls out the Everburn jar. And he's
Fantastic.
gonna throw a grenade at a motherfucker. What do you want me to roll?
So, this is going to be a thrown weapon, so it'll be a strength roll.
Good. Okay, that works for me.
Oh, no, wait. No, I'm sorry. It's a saving throw on his part. It's within 60 feet, so you can absolutely pitch it at him. He just needs to make a dex save.
Okay, so Pez is no hero. He's going to lob it underhand like it's softball just for accuracy.
Okay.
And that's going to be 5d6, it looks like.
It is 5d6.
Do me good, Dices. Do me good. Do me good. Do me good. Do me good. 20. And it's a DC 15, you said.
Pez, please describe to me what it looks like as your Everburn takes down Skesis, the exile.
I imagine that Pez reaches into his coat and the tiny jar that think it was Kiva gave him flies overhead because it was underhand overhead, lands in the on the Skeksis, breaks. The fireball just kind of starts inside and then whooshes out while the Skeksis does like that thing that they do. And and then Pez just dusts himself off and is like, Aminya Kiva! Oh no. And his attention's no longer on the Skeksis.
And as Pez turns his attention away from Skesis, the flaming exile, the Skesis, screaming at the top of his lungs, runs directly towards the cliff and flings himself off of the edge. We watch as the flaming body of this Skesis falls, and before it has time to fully burn up, we watch it turn to dust and ash. And by the time it hits the bottom of the cliff, there's just this as it just spreads out in a cloud of nothing. Elsewhere, we watch as urPlo lays his head down, his ragged breathing growing shallower and slower until finally he grows still. By Pez's hand, his master departs Thra, and he disappears. That is the end of our tale. Thank you so much, everybody, for playing. I'm so sorry that this went late. I know it was a long night, but thank you so much for being a part of this. This has been an incredibly special game. I had such an amazing time. And
I enjoyed but hate that ending.
Welcome to my games, Tamiko.
Just kind of the nature of the duality between them.
Excellent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can give any kind of parting thoughts or outros or anything like that that they would like to do. And then we're going to put a bow on it and call it an evening. So we'll go in reverse order, and we're going to start with Chad.
I know you can't see my face right now, but I if I could be smiling and it hurts, yeah, that's where we're at. My jaw hurts from just how happy this made me tonight. So thank you so much, guys. This was a blast. I would play in this setting, in this world with you guys again any other day of the week. Jeremy, you did a fantastic job bringing home everything. So I can't say enough. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that a ton, man. This is a game that I was very excited to run, and I was very nervous about getting right, I guess. It being a fandom that is not one that I am super versed on. So I'm really happy that you guys enjoyed it this much. It means the world to me. Next up, we have Kaeryn.
What do you say? That was just amazing. That was so much fun. It was the bittersweet ending as this world is, and I'm all choked up now knowing what happened to urPlo. It was such a good game. Thank you so much for running this, and more. We just asked for more.
I appreciate that very much, and I think there will certainly be another Dark Crystal game on the channel here. I had a ton of fun, and I love this world. Unknowingly, I drew a lot more from this world from when I saw Dark Crystal as a child, that I think it made a really big impact on a lot of my my love of fantasy later on as an adult. There's a lot of my worlds that have notes that I inadvertently lifted out of Dark Crystal, and going back in and doing research for this game made that pretty obvious to me in a lot of places. So thank you so much, Kaeryn, for coming on and playing once again. Another fantastic game on the channel. By the way, next week, check out Karen's campaign that is kicking off on Tuesday night.
Yes, Tuesday nights. Okay. Yeah, it'll be every other Tuesday starting next week.
Fantastic. And it's Harbinger.
It is.
Which is amazing.
So
Harbinger is so good.
Excited.
That looks awesome. I hope that goes swimmingly. I can't wait to catch up on that and see what's going on in that story. I may have been privy to a couple of details about it. Maybe. I won't say anything. Next up, Jamie.
Yeah, again, Dark Crystal's been a fan of mine for a really long time, and it does have this really awesome duality of being super kind of silly and kind of fun, the podlings in particular, and then really kind of dark and intense at the same time. So it makes for a good setting, because you kind of can have a little bit of the fun with it, but also those kind of really intense kind of moments. So but yeah, this was great. Again, I don't do this very often, but sometimes he manages to draw certain things that I'm like, okay, I gotta do it. But it was really fun, and I enjoyed it, and you guys were a great group, and I appreciate you being patient with me on the rolls and my really crappy dice rolls yet again. But yeah, this was awesome.
I'm very happy that you've come on and played a second game on the channel, Jamie. Thank you so much. The first one was a blast with the Dousan game that you played, and I knew that whenever I put this game together, I was secretly hoping that you'd be interested enough to post interest to play in it, so I'm really happy that you did. Yeah, 100% what you said about the balance of innocence and whimsy and the dark, and Henson himself said something about like children shouldn't be shielded from those kinds of experiences. It's important for them to feel that and to understand how to deal with it, and I absolutely think that it's true. And that's one of the biggest ways that I think the Dark Crystal impacted my taste in fantasy, is understanding that whimsy and dark aren't two different ends of a spectrum. that you can have both in equal measure, and it's really rewarding when you're able to pull that balance off. Thank you once again for playing this game. Love you. Next up, we have Tamiko.
Ahoy! Tamiko. Fridays, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Mini Terrain Domains Twitch.
Thank you for doing that.
The character that I play is not nearly as interesting as this one. Spoiler alert. But I did have a lot of fun playing this game. Jeremy knew what he signed up for when he let me into this game, so he knew. This was known. If you, for God unknown reasons, want to see me in other games, I'm also in Jeremy's Big Trouble in Little China game and the Shia LaBeouf game. So, yeah, there you go. That's me.
You know, I had forgotten about that Big Trouble in Little China game.
Yeah.
But you absolutely are right. That was another game
How
that
could
ended
you
up...
forget that game? It was like, I can't forget it at all.
Big Trouble in Little China. I think Pez would say, "Hey, Baba, Pacho Chicho, yeah?" Which roughly translates to, "Have you tried that? Because you should try that."
That was a very fun game. There was a lot of stuff that went way into the deep end of the wrong side of the tracks on that game, but it was a lot of fun. And my sides hurt by the time that we finished playing it. It was hilarious. Excellent. Okay, Tamiko, again, thank you so much for coming back on the channel. Every single game so far has been fantastic. Anytime. Love you, Mabel. All right. Last but certainly not least, for her premiere on the Erasmus Expeditions here, Kenya.
So, that was amazing. That was so much fun. You guys are phenomenal to play with. Like, I just am completely blown away by everything from Pez to just everything about it. The weird animal sounds. Jeremy, it's a very different style that I've never played under before, but I love it. I love the player inclusion in almost everything that goes as the story is being told. I think it's so wonderful, and I'm really grateful that you took a chance and let me come play. So I appreciate it. I can't wait to hopefully get in more.
Absolutely. I'm very thankful that I took the chance. I knew from interacting with you that you were a great fit. You do wonderful, and you did. It was a lot of fun, and I think it was a great way to kind of start your appearances here on the channel, because you'll be back next month, as a matter of fact, with Kaeryn for the one shot for December, which is also something that I think is going to be a ton of fun. I can't wait for that. It's going to be The Haunting of Grimden Hall, a Christmas ghost story game. I'm very excited for that. Okay, I'm not going to keep anybody any later. Thank you so much again for playing in this game. Thank you to anyone who may have watched this evening, whether you're watching live along with us or whether you caught this at some point in the future. It is deeply, deeply appreciated. If you liked what you saw, if you enjoy the kind of content that I'm putting out here on the channel, then please do hit the like button, subscribe, tell your friends about it, share videos around. That's how this kind of stuff works. So, yeah, I think that's all I have. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.